like to welcome everybody this morning to the Gallup City Council work session. This Tuesday, February 28th, 2023. It is exactly 11 a.m. here at the Elmaro Sports Center. Alfred, would you take roll, please?
Councilor Garcia.
Linda.
Here.
Here.
Councilor Shaw.
Here.
Councilor Piano. Councilor Kolacek.
Yes.
Here. Guidi.
Here. With that being said, we will go right into the work session of the strategy planning, the city of Gallup, and we'll put it over to me.
Marianne, do you have any comments?
No, I just wanted to say thank you again for the time that you're going to put into strategic planning. We appreciate working with our consultant, Lyle Summit, to be able to have this process before the budget process, so it enables the staff to try to address the council priorities and budget. And I'll just leave it at that, and I'll go ahead and turn it over to Lyle. Oh, one comment: the staff was here all day yesterday working on the preparation, and then Lyle spent the night following up on all the input from the staff. We had a good session yesterday with a lot of good discussion, and I think it will help you greatly as you set the city priorities. With that, I'll turn it over to Kyle.
When is the other councilor going to get here? How?
She was delayed
10,
by a road
15
closure, and
minutes?
no, 2 minutes.
2 minutes. I don't want to jump into things since this will be her first time through the process, so don't want to get too far. Yesterday, we had a good session. Today's agenda, I'll just review that with you. I want to look at the past year and what's been accomplished. You all came up with a number of things in our interviews. I said, what got accomplished? And so start off with talking about those. And then I asked each department to identify 2, maybe 3 things they want to highlight. So we'll go through those with you. So we'll start by looking at the last year as the foundation. From there, we'll probably end up having lunch because it's around noon, so hopefully between now and then. And then afterwards, I'm going to give each of the 5 of you time to talk about what do you want to get accomplished in 5 years? And what do you want to get at? What are your priorities for the year? You don't have to hit everything that we talked about, but the ones that are most important to you, get them out. You don't get a chance much to talk to each other. Hey, here's what my priorities are. Here's something. It could be a big thing. It could be a little thing. I don't care. We just need to make sure it's built into the plan because I will revise it further tonight. So it's giving you an opportunity to say 5 year, 1 year. And like we have in the last couple of years, each of the department heads gets time to talk about the challenges and 1 or 2 priorities that they feel. And last year I said 2 minutes, remember? And it ended up being 5 each. So I'm going to be realistic, 5 with a hook. Does that make sense? So each one of you will have 5 minutes. You can hit your challenges. You can hit what projects you want to emphasize. But it's up to you what you want. Your reference documents are in section 5. You can talk from your pages there or ad lib. Really up to you, like we've done in the past. Sarah, I'm Lyle. I really do exist.
Hi, Lyle. I apologize.
I was just going over the agenda. So first of all, we're looking at last year. Then at right after lunch, the mayor and council will get to talk about what you see are the top things for 5 years that you want to get accomplished. 1 year, what are your priorities?
Great.
And then after that, we'll go into maybe get 1 goal done today. And then we'll do tomorrow the other goals and determine the mayor and council's final priorities. So again, this is a working document out there. Couple of comments right off the bat. If you go to section 1, I'd like to emphasize a couple things. You've had some challenging years, but you've been doing very consistently performing results. And I would urge you, if you go to section 1, to think about you as a championship team. Champions don't win every game. They don't have 100% success, but they have continuity of success, where some teams will have a winning season, they win the championship, and then what do? Next year, they're sort of also ranked. I know I had great interviews with the five of you. We'll talk about your ideas. All of the ones you talked to me about during our interviews are in here. If you want to add to them today, because things have changed, feel free to add to it. Don't think about, what did I tell Lyle? Don't worry about that. Worry about what's on your mind today, because the things that you talked to me about the phone are in here. The other comment I would make, politics is getting elected, governing is acting as a board of directors. Today, you are a board of directors functioning as the determiner of what is the direction, what are the priorities, what are the resources for this big corporation called the city of Gallup. And today, we'll talk about first the performance for the past year. So flip to section 4, page 2. Page 3. Sorry, page 3. And Sarah, this may not be fair for you, so you can choose to play or not. We're looking at the last 12 months. I'm on section 4, page 3. Up in that line at the top, I would like you to rate the city's performance. 1 being we had a lousy year, to 10, we had a great year. Give it a number and give me 2 or 3 reasons why you rated it. So rate it 1 to 10, and then give me a reason why. 2 or 3 reasons why. I had staff do that yesterday, but I didn't want to share their results with you. So at this point, we'll talk about them after we talk about yours. So let's talk about this. Linda, what'd you rate it?
Are we going from the best to the least?
1 is not good, 10 is good. What'd you rate it?
Oh, well, I went the opposite. Not good is communication.
No. What would you, what was your overall rating from 1 to 10?
City.
I'll
I
come
would
back to
say-
you. Michael, are you ready?
I'm ready.
What was your rating?
I said 8.
Why?
Groundbreaking of the new police building, advanced air, return of air service to Gallup. City is functioning with limited staff and finance.
Fran, what'd you rate it?
I gave us 7 to 8.
So
I said-
7.5.
Well, I have to be 7.8. No services have been suspended. We continue to give the citizens all that they need. We have a very hardworking staff, even though we have a supply shortage. We have staff shortage. I think we have good communication, and I put the Cold Avenue Commons. There was a lot of communication with the businesses there. I like the advanced air and the groundbreaking of the police department.
Good, that was good. Mayor, what did you have?
Actually, I rated it 4. Because it seems like we've had more negativism than we have had positive. I mean, we can't seem to get fully staffed. We advertise on a regular basis and yet we can't get people to work. Everything works slowly. I mean, we lost Marathon Oil and we're working, trying to find a replacement for them, but so far it's been we're on the negative side. The Navajo Gallup pipeline, I mean, we keep running into obstacles in that area. It, you know, I was supposed to be here 2024, now it's 2030. And then they tell us we need wells, and then if your reclamation is telling, well, you're on your own, they're not going to fund the wells or help us with it. And then we've had retirement of some of our most essential people, police, our city attorney, our human resource. So I rated it 4. Actually, I think we're more on the negative side than we're on the positive.
Linda, what'd you rate it?
Okay, now, I went halfway, I said 5, because although the mayor, councilors, city manager, directors, employees are trying very hard to make the city a better city to be in. But again, I agree that staff is just leaving us like it's an exodus of people leaving. And so it's even shorthanded, even though the workload on the others that are there, they're keeping it up, you know, keeping it steady, I would say. And again, the water issue, the Navajo Gallup pipeline, that's a very serious issue. We still have continuation of our pipes that we're working on that are breaking. Our streets, I know we need to work on those. But on the positive side, like everybody's saying, we have a new airline service. I'm excited about our police building, and that our directors stay positive and they work hard regardless of all the negatives that come up. So I'll keep it at a 5, that we're working towards a 10.
Good. Sarah, what would you rate it? Is it from outside?
So in the 8 months or so I've been here, I rated it a 6. I said similar things that I think working on the housing initiatives and pushing that forward more has been positive. I think a lot of the improvements with police moving forward and some of the things we've been able to offer them has been positive. I agree with the advanced airlines being positive. And I think we just need to, yes, we need to have our staffing up. We need to listen to our department heads more communication overall. And that's not to say that's not against any one person. I think it's just as a whole, we're always growing, we're always learning, and how to come together and fix things and improve things.
Any other comments about your rating? So we look at this is about a 6 so when you average it out among all of you. Staff average was 6 as well. And I would couch it in this way. You accomplished most of the things you set in the strategic plan last year. Advanced air has come. Think about the short time from discussion here to actually flying in a plane, and that there's demand for service. Significant thing there. The police building, God, how many years did we talk about that? And today it's coming out of the ground and will be opening in a year plus. Many of the Coal Commons has been opened. Part of theirs was the staff shortage. And I'm going to talk about that just for a moment. Every city I work with is struggling with employees. Everyone. You have the ghosts. I was talking to staff about, do you know what the ghosts are? They're the ones that don't show up for the interview. They're scheduled, but they don't call you. Then they don't show up for the first day on the job. And then they don't show up 2 months in and they go, where are they? Well, they got another job, better offer, and they've moved on. Every city I work with and county that is a significant challenge in this market. And I think retaining employees is a real challenge for all. Compensation is a challenge for all. But just being an employer today, and then you're faced with supply chain issues too, that are significant challenge. Both of those are out of your control. You see impacts of those, but they're not one you can totally deal with. And the private sector is grappling with this. I have a mayor that's a Freightliner regional manager. And I talked with Scott a few weeks ago and he says, how's life going now that you've retired from being mayor? He says, life's terrible, Lyle. I go, what do you mean? If you ordered a Freightliner truck today, when would it be delivered?
2 years out. 2 years at least.
Yep, you got it. It may be, if everything goes right, Robert, late 25 is what they're saying. But realistically, he's telling them late 25, most likely 26. And that has nothing to do with you, but you throw in the equipment. Ford is really weird about it on like police cruisers. There's a list to get on the list. There's a pre-list, but they will not guarantee price or delivery date. All you're doing is saying, we want to place an order for X number of police vehicles. So many agencies are looking at, gee, do we go with Dodge instead or go with Chevy? But our fleet is our vehicle repairs all around one brand. Now we got to shift to others. How do we deal with that? So there's some real major super challenges that really are detracting from getting things done. Another thing is that they talked about as a real challenge is how do you keep the morale? Morale at time is fluctuating here. Some days it may be good, some days it's bad, but not necessarily feeling there's a lot of positive morale. Why? Workload issues. Gee, they're working without beyond their job description too. But one of the things that came out yesterday, and I'm going to give CB credit for it. He says, our employees love the community and they love serving the community and they go the extra mile. It isn't just a job. They'll figure out a way. And one of the keys in cities today is to be nimble and resilient. Being nimble to figure out what the next curveball is going to be. And then once that comes, being able to respond. And it's not necessarily finding out who's at fault. Take it to Round Rock where I work. They had a sewer discharge, a bad one, from their wastewater plant into Brushy Creek. So the city handled it. They had that as a success this year, this break. You're going, a success related to a sewer discharge? Yep. The director said, we did it. We had a problem. We don't know what it is. The mayor and council said, good, we'll take responsibility. Now, how do we solve it? Now they have a long-term solution to a problem they weren't even aware of at the plant. But it was the council and mayor and the management working together. Now, who's to blame? So you throw out, Austin had a similar thing and their city manager's about ready to get fired because of it. But they didn't take responsibility. They didn't say, hey, we screwed up. They came up with all these excuses. And it was one where you didn't know what the real world was, what the real facts were in that. And that became a real challenge. So you had a year where you had some significant achievements, but you also had a year of just keeping the services going, the lights on was a real challenge with a lot of things. I want to really highlight, though, a couple things, what you talked to me about. So if you flip back in this section, I want to go through what you all talked about. I'm going to page 19. when I asked you what successes are that you felt good about. One is Cole Commons. It's attractive. The Ballards there. But it's a real asset to the community. And I think it's consistent with the vision and direction that this council has set too. Comments about Cole Commons as a success?
It's
Fran?
good.
Absolutely.
I love it.
Yeah, the second phase, we did it in record time.
And that's in a time when you have supply chains issues and is the contractor going to show up? Police building under construction, several of you talked about that. Major success and will be an asset for this community going forward, long term. I can't believe how quickly you got advanced air service here. And you all are talking to me about, and it's booked, because a couple of you said you wanted to fly on it and you couldn't fly because it was all booked. So see that as there may be a phase 2 to this one for expanded air service. But you also talked about the weather station there, and you'll see that as an act and which limits flights. Your water well, you finished one and you have 2 more in progress. So not done, but making good headway on that. Comments on that one? The rezoning for housing development, making the right decision that will add value to the community. That was something you all did. It lays a foundation for housing, and you all have identified in the past, housing is a major impediment to economic development and growth here. And you'll see some actions associated with that for the next year. Another one that you, staff said it's really too early to tell, but that's the Red Rock Park transfer to McKinley County. So that's been completed. For your information, I'll be with them in 2 weeks from today, I think. So I'm coming back I'm working with them. Narcan for police and fire was brought up and it's being in use today. Comments there? Your infrastructure upgrades, you've worked the Nizoni complete streets, Logan Avenue complete streets, West Aztec drainage, all are things that are in progress, and you'll see those.
Been in progress for 6 years. We're still trying to get it done.
Yeah.
It's the swimming pool right now, but
That's
we're all driving on this. We all drive
do.
on this side to get across the swimming pool, but it's okay.
hopefully you'll see it in here as an action.
I hope so.
But I'll share with you a story. Clive, Iowa, they have a project that was a 4-year project, and it was an innovative design of complete streets with drainage, and it was a nice, very attractive entrance. 3 years in, the contractor pulled their equipment off. And now it's a 6-year project, and the neighbors are going, "Oh my God, you told me it was going to be done at 4. Now it's 6. What are you guys doing there?" And they went to the contractor, and the contractor said, "Well, you have a better offer over here, and I'm getting paid more." So I pulled off the equipment and took it to another project. Keeping contractors or having them show up is a big challenge for everybody today, including the private sector. The whole harmless at 75% was identified as a success.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a huge success.
Stay tuned, but for this year, that was a success. You hired a housing retail specialist,
Yes. Tammy, there she is right there.
She's right there, and you'll see a lot of her ideas about next steps there. So that one was one where we talked about what role does the city play in economic development and retail development, and you made a decision saying we're going to get active in it and we're going to have a position, and now it's a matter of producing results. The police and fire salary adjustments, they were grant funded, state grant funded, but there were adjustments there. in both police and fire. Comments there? Power supply agreements. Completed. The Visit Gallup app and website has improved. The zoning ordinance, cannabis growth and sale.
We're working on it.
Ongoing.
That's a, yeah.
We're being educated on it.
It's a work in progress.
Understood. Just have Willie Nelson show up.
Not tonight.
That's all we need.
But every city is grappling with that. And it also is impacting employment too, which bumps come in and flunk a drug test. The electric and water meter software is in progress, will be completed by December.
Yeah.
So that's in the plan, but that's in progress. Two others that staff added. One is that your golf equipment is in. Isn't that right, Matt?
Golf equipment being what exactly?
The maintenance equipment, like everything to maintain the course.
And that's not a minor thing because a lot of that equipment is supply chain issues. Anyway, those were the ones that were added. Any other ones that the council would add that I missed? This is not a bad list, and it's one that I think if I would go out when communities are struggling at times to say, hey, we have done some good things this year. Yeah, we had our challenges, but this isn't a bad one to list to start with, saying, hey, we've accomplished things, and you've been planning them, and most of the things on the plan have been acted on. Yeah,
You mentioned that there was two things that the
yeah,
staff.
I was wrong. There's
Oh,
just one,
oh,
just one.
You know, one thing I like to put down is, we closed 6 derelict motels.
Yeah.
I think that was a success.
Yeah.
We've already got one that's been demolished and hopefully there'll be a new building in its place.
6 is a large number, Mayor.
Yeah, it is. It is.
Mayor.
So we'll add that to the list. And you talked about it briefly, I think, CV yesterday, that they were not in good condition.
Oh, well, they were terrible. That's why we closed.
But you were talking about how some of them were pretty,
Yes.
Well, they were pretty bad there. I mean, Chief could elaborate, but you don't have any more trips over there, right?
No.
she's smiling over here.
She doesn't want any.
I mean, one of them did have over like, I think it was almost about 100 cats that were hoarding in there.
Oh,
That little room.
Very, very terrible.
oh, that ought to smell nice.
Oh.
They're not mentioning the body they pulled out of the crawl space.
Oh,
Yeah,
They found a body?
probably too much information.
yeah.
yikes.
What details?
Yeah, it is. Want the truth, there it is.
That's the truth.
Was it a long time body?
What was that?
Had the body been there a while?
Yeah, it wasn't too long though.
That's so sad.
But I mean, the businesses there were complaining a lot about the traffic going back and foot traffic and.
Right.
Now it seems like it has alleviated that. But we just kind of pushed that problem again into another area, but I mean, we're gonna keep doing that in that area there. I think,
That's a great ad.
in that area, so it should kind of lighten the area a little bit. Has created a less false.
That's good. That's a great ad. And that will have visual effect in the community because one of the things you've talked about is how do we make Gallup a more attractive community?
Right.
And that would be a good place to start. So, any others you would add here? Well, let's go through the departments, going to page 21. I'm going to read what you guys told me yesterday, and then I'll give it to you to see if you want to Animal control, the two that they highlighted is the contract with the new veterinarian. That is a common problem in cities today. Trying to find one, but you found one. And the other one is acquired ownership of the shelter property and building. Those were the two that were highlighted. Mary Ann, do you have any comments on animal control?
No, I just think that, that the staff did an amazing job through some really tough times when the former vet, who's long-standing he was the founder of the Humane Society in that shelter. That was very tough, and they did an amazing job getting the vet in time. Everything could have stopped. So congratulations to you and to Nate. And then purchasing that property ran into every possible impediment. And thank you for supporting us, but it finally closed.
It is closed. You can see other things that were accomplished. Any questions about any of the others that are listed there? Moving on to behavioral health. Three that were identified are the first three. It's First Responder Comprehensive Addiction Recovery Act, partnership with the fire. It's the law enforcement assisted diversion leads. We've talked about that. So those are the partnerships with the fire and police. And then the third one is the Centennial Ceremonial.
Under that.
What?
You're right.
Ceremonial Event Crisis Response Team. Were the three that they highlighted. That was the big three.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, it's on the next page.
If you ever help turn a crisis into a positive for the community.
And then the other one you highlighted was behavioral health fair, grow your own pilot project on the next page. Yeah, board, if you want. Any other comments there? Going to the next page. City clerk. Al talked about we had a successful election. Did I give him a preview and say, hopefully your last?
Take that anyway.
Because one of the issues will be discussed today is changing your election date to November and have the county basically administer the election. Is that fair summary? So stay tuned, just preview it. And the other one is hired new administrative assistant.
Several times right now.
But you have one now, right?
Yes.
How many did you go through?
We're on the third ones.
Well, quit being so mean to him. Just kidding.
Then on community and economic programs, filled the position was the major success there. Stay tuned for what's coming up. So you'll see some of the work done there. Customer service, the AMI system overhaul, and then backed up 10 years of data electronically, implementing laserfish scan system. It's amazing how much records cities have accumulated over the years. Any comments on that one? You want to say anything? Yeah. El Moro. I thought it was the neat write-up there was your El Moro staff. You have a new theater manager, Jared, is young, motivated, inspired, and hardworking. I thought that was sort of cool. Success there. Comments on the El Moro.
I just want to say that, with the El Moro, there's been a lot of transition with staff and then Tammy from the library taking over. I mean, she put in a lot of hours to make
Great
these
point.
changes and she does not get enough recognition for that. I mean, I know that there was a lot of issues happening, that she had to go from her job at the library to the El Moro, working nights, days. I mean, that's a lot. So I just want to add that.
Well, it'd be nice if we would be told that and not just one counselor, if everybody would be informed of how hard she's working as opposed to just one special counselor, because we all appreciate Tammy, but we need to know how much time she's putting in. So a briefing on that would be nice. Thank you.
The history behind the Palmaro is, if you look back, I don't know, 10 years, it's always been a major issue. Never get it staffed right. Staffing would run it to a point and then all of a sudden it just go downhill. So actually, what I've heard in the past 2 weeks has really been good. I talked to individuals that are go to the movies on Saturday, no, Sunday. It's a hidden treasure now. People are starting to realize that it's something to do and movies are good on Sunday.
So folks are going to it?
Yes. And I appreciate Tammy for the effort she's put into it.
Just many of you remember, Mary Ellen, the theater was under her. And then we moved it under Rick Schneider. And then when he left, it reported to Jennifer. So it's been under a lot of different administrations. But when the manager left, and then quickly I went to Tammy and asked her, and she just stepped up right away and did everything that needed to be done. And then some. She gave us a tour yesterday of what the new theater manager is doing to make some physical improvements. And that was a great hire. So yes, it's been amazing.
And Tammy, I want to
I think
appreciate
it's where it
you.
belongs now to stay.
Okay, good, thank you.
Linda, did you have a comment?
I just said I also want to thank Tammy because I know how dedicated and hard worker she is, and the statement of Jared is young, motivated, inspired, and hardworking. I'm sure she was behind that, pushing him and shaping him into what needs to be done. So thank you, Tammy. Appreciate that.
Those are high expectation. Now he gets to deliver on them. In the electric on page 29, the first one is secured contract, new purchase power provider. Number the first one, and then top of the next page is the new Allison substation. Or any other comments on electric?
No, we just recognize and appreciate Chuck and what he's accomplished with this department. It's been absolutely amazing. And he really needs to add the AMI system too, because that's going to solve a lot of issues in our communities.
And I just want to make a comment that to continue working on our solar panels, the solar that we have out there, because he's working on that too. So I appreciate that. From all our complaints, we're getting lower. Thank you.
Yeah. Got a new provider for them.
Thank you.
Do you have any other things you want to highlight for electric?
Actually, every one of these I'd like to highlight.
Oh, and dispatch.
Yep.
That's right. We talked about that yesterday when we were evicted from Metro Dispatch. Because the utilities doesn't fall under the JPA. And that was actually right. He stepped up, the electric department stepped up with JM, and we got a new utilities dispatch system, and it's working great. Couldn't have done it without you. Every one of those, everyone.
Fleet and facilities on page 31. It's action item that was in last year's was the exhaust system, completing that. Found all vehicles for purchase. That second one from the bottom, that is not a, if you go by most dealerships, their supply is rather limited on the lot there. So you've got them. It's a matter of delivering.
Got to give credit to Amanda.
If I may, give Amanda
Right.
credit, she worked her tail off.
Amen.
What I like is the electrical department put in for electric vehicles, but they couldn't get the electric vehicles. They get these high powered Dodges.
Yeah.
Off the record.
Other comments on facilities and fleet? Finance. Clean audit and updated the cash management policy. Marianne, Patty, any other comments?
Yeah.
No, it looks like a short list, but there is a great deal of work and we have a really good team behind all this getting done. And we're operating on too short. for our-
Any other comments there?
Only I can remember the history behind the finance department before Patty took it over. I think they went for 3 years, they did not get a clean audit. He came in, we've got a clean audit ever since. Thank you.
Fire. The new fire record software, the fire cadet program. And the one on the next page is, it was suspect 9/11. Didn't you get a little ribbing on that yesterday?
Yes, I was questioning on that, but our prevention division is doing a lot of great things, amazing things. They're doing a lot of inspections, a lot of outreach and in prevention and education with our community. I really wanted to highlight their achievements and everything that they're doing. And again, the other ones are cadet program. It's just refreshing to know that we still have the locals that are interested in public safety and wanting to serve their community. And we were very proud that we were able to offer 4 locals positions and train them. And this next month in March, we're planning to do a badge pinning ceremony for them because all of them have made it through. So that's a key for our city and fire department.
How long is that time period that they go?
They're on probation for a year. Excuse me. And that involves is we put them through an EMT basic course. And that course is a month, 2 months long. And then we also have the Fire 1 and 2 course. It's a combined course that we also send them to the state to complete that as well. But it does take time with scheduling and the time when these trainings are being offered. So it's really important that they make it through each section because we can't really go back and complete parts of this training. So we were really excited that they all passed, that they all got through the necessary requirements and be part of the Gallup fire where they are fire down. And we have a new crew coming, another 4 personnel that are locals that are also that we're going to put through them to be one of our firefighters.
Chief, when you do the badge and pinning, do you involve the mayor and councilors? We'd like to support them with a.
We will. We'll send out some invites. In the past, a lot of that we've kept in house, kind of with the crews and a little smaller ceremonies, that for them. But we will extend some invites to our mayor and council. We're planning on 2 crews to do these badge pinning ceremonies. So we'll let you guys know.
Thank you, Chief.
And the council supported the position.
Yeah.
But I would highlight what Linda, you talked about, because I think it's important for mayor and council to be involved. My comment was, would you bring the 4 new ones after they've been and introduce them to you all at the council meeting? That's also a way of doing. But I think this has been a priority that you all set, and to get feedback to say, whoa, they're right here. They're local and they've gone through the academy and they're going forward. I think that's positive feedback and you need to hear that as well. And I think for some young folks to go, I'm nervous. I have to go to the council. Because they see you all as intimidating. Well, I'm just a normal person. And I think that builds teamwork within the city as well. So
Just the north side.
good point. So you've got a challenge there.
I would like to highlight too, this helps in recruiting is the Gallup McKinley County School Student Intern program. It brings more local.
So that's one that's not going to hit the headlines of the newspaper. but it will have impact long-term in terms of service delivery to the community. And lay a foundation for more kids to say, oh, look at those four. Maybe I can do it. Golf course, you're a fluent line, so you're gonna actually have water there in June.
Ish.
Oh, my gosh.
You're working a solution on the Red Springs wash. And then correcting the electric issues in the pump house. Those were three that Matt brought up. Comments on the golf course?
We still have all of our golf carts running.
Yeah, so we started following this winter, maybe like 80, but we still have, let's say 79 of the 80 up and running, which is good. Real quick on the electrical side, I just wanted to thank the people, Adrian, and Public Works, Robert, for helping us either get a bridge up and running, to get the pipe working, let us borrow equipment, getting the fuses and stuff changed up was huge. I think you guys are all aware, some of the troubles we had at a treatment plant. We wouldn't have been able to do a lot of the things that we accomplished this year without help from other departments. So it's a great teamwork effort from a lot of people. I just want to say thank you for that.
Once you get water, you'll be happy, right?
Yeah, and so just a quick update on that. With Fran, she got the project numbers. That's going out to bid this Friday, and 80% calls are going to be given to the water department. Once that bid's closed, we're hoping to start within a week or two. So once that starts, they got 2 contractors already. They're going to start behind the airport. Then it's just going to be mobilizing whoever wants that bid for the one that starts at the treatment. So we're pushing to get it done by June 30th. I think we can still do it. Yes.
Any other comments on the golf? HR, the 3 collective bargaining unit agreements. The first one, the third box is approved additional HR technician. And then on the next page, the second one down is the annual employee awards banquet. It hadn't been held since its entirety since 19.
Yeah.
Comments on, further comments on HR?
Just a comment that there were only 2 people that put on that employee recognition banquet as opposed to 3 and more. So we just really appreciate what Marla and Andy did. It was amazing. And then just so you know, I think I briefed y'all individually, but we do have a recruitment underway for the HR director. We did contract with a recruiting firm, and they reported back to actually have some good applications. And so Jam and I are working with them, and we hope to have somebody in place. I hate to give a date, but we're shooting for May. So we'll let you know, but.
For the director position or for the?
Yes, director, right. And then the replacement for the unfortunate departure of our superstar, for the HR administrator, we have interviews for that position on Friday.
Comments there? Is this helpful to you going through these? Because
Yes,
it's good
very.
things here.
Very.
Legal, their work on Navajo Gallup water supply project, the first box, and on the next page, the second one down, city has signed 2 national opioid settlements with more to follow. Are there any comments on legal?
No, I just want to thank Pasha for helping us get through this transition period. There was a lot of work in the legal department that had to get done, including doing meetings, and she stepped up and done that work. But Eddie did a good job that she would not, we couldn't have done it without her.
Going to the library. On page 41 is the top one there is connects people and creates community by providing open access to culturally relevant materials, services, and programs through our team, space, and technology. And on the next page, the top one is building a stronger team and connecting with our youth, exclamation point. Comments on the library? Linda?
I just think Tammy's doing a great job, and I know that we need to get to getting a new library. She's working literally with, working and making, and getting results with it, because I really appreciate that, but it's time.
Stay tuned. We'll talk about it either
Thank you.
this afternoon or next. Park cemeteries, the beautification project on East Highway 66, the fence. And then the fourth one down is paving of road in Isles, West Side Cemetery. Comments there? Going to rec on page 44. Scheduling of facilities, and then the last one on page 44 is the water safety instructor class. One of the challenges out there that is for everybody is keeping or finding, keeping, getting the lifeguards, period, which is a little weird for some of us who as kids thought, oh, the lifeguard was a cushy job. And nowadays, no desire to be a lifeguard is a real challenge. Going to rec department, this is the athletic complex. Opening of the facility, period. Comments there? Council? The fitness center on page 48. Reorganize the weight room. Reorganize the cardio room, both around safety protocols. And those were the two that were highlighted there. Comments? One of the things that was highlighted by Vince is a lot of folks are slow coming back to indoor activities, sort of the post-COVID, because many of them started exercising, doing other things outside. And every community I'm working with, the return back indoors is a lot slower because they go, I sort of like doing it outdoors. I think that's fair, isn't it? The rec center, the after-school art program, and the adult art program. Both of the art programs are doing well. Comments there?
They're just doing an amazing job there. Much needed, and they're doing an amazing job. Thank you.
Then on planning and development, CB wanted to recognize his staff's effort that pulled together when he was out.
Yes. Nikki Lee, she was wonderful. She did a great job.
And then on the next page, the second one down is the additional code enforcement positions, which we have talked about in Brandon, prior strategic planning. And then on page 53, it's the hotel inspections. The new head code enforcement officer. There's a lot of other successes here as well.
Yeah.
Comments on planning and development? TV or Marianne, any other comments?
Just actually, it doesn't, it escapes notice sometime, but our building inspector became a certified building official. And it's
recertified, yeah.
yeah, and he is, but I mean, we're really fortunate in a small community to have a certified building official. And especially one who used to be a contractor who has walked in their footsteps. So we're very fortunate to have that, to have John on board
Keeping him.
and keeping him.
The police, on the first page 44, shows all the activities of the detective division. Busy year. And then going over 2 pages, the New World Shield Force. That's the top box and the body camera upgrades.
Oh, yeah.
Comments on police? Aaron, you have any comments?
Yeah, the other one I wanted, the third one was I highlighted was the power time, which is on page 57. The software there, and I talked about it.
You're right.
As
I got it.
a hardship. The VA's not going to be back on their off, or not free to put up the sport, but with the software, we're able to have it digital where the access to our officers is a lot convenient and real time. Not like they're going to be giving it a week later, or if it's when we get it, they get it. So I think it was a big relief in trying to get our officers to support. And just highlighting our new world skill course. I think that's a great thing. It's on our body cam now, so we can actually see this stuff real time on call.
You want to show them your cell phone? You did us.
Mapping in there, it shows where my units are at. But that is an added resource onto our body cam.
I thought that was cool.
To see all the calls for the county and anything in our area, so which is a great resource for us. So here I can just kind of click on the mapping here, and then the calls that are coming in, and then we're on the unit. So every officer in PSO does have access to this on their body cam. So it alerts on it. So that was something that was really good that we are moving into the time of this, accessible right here and right now. So I think that's really great for the PD. And then I just also the last one, the first one that we talked about was the detective division. The caseload that they have, they're looking at priority 1, maybe some priority 2, but the amount of homicides that we do have, we're only in March next week, or not this week, we'll be in March, and we already have 3 homicides. So we're doing that with 5 detectives, it's a workload of 20 detectives. So I just really wanted to highlight that for our detective division. They're amazing at what they do, and really working with roles. And it's only us. We don't have a special division that comes out to do that. It's only us, and we're well-rounded in that. We have to do everything ourselves. Just want to highlight our division.
Linda?
How many employees or officers down on you now?
We're still about 15. We just had one that resigned from the police academy. So it's not our number down, but
Because my concern is you have a drug task force, and I know you can't have it right now because of the shortage of officers, but
yeah,
I just ramped it in the city. So.
That's a national epidemic right now. Most departments are down significant. A lot of young folks don't want to go into it. And if you talk to the chiefs, every chief I've worked with in the last 6 to 9 months, if they can get 5 years out of a young officer, they say that's success. They don't see it as a career, where 10 years ago they would come on and sign on for till I got retired, and it was pretty predictable, and they look forward to it. The new group, the new generation of police and fire are not necessarily viewing it that I'm going to work until retirement. And so they're saying, if I can get 5 years out, that's pretty good stability. So
I would like to make a comment about the police department. I think that we did lose our chief, but we have had a seamless transition because of the of our acting chief. But that was because of our former chief. I made sure that he was planning for a succession team. So we have not even felt any loss at all because you're right there. You know what you're doing. They stepped up. So we have we just have captains that stepped up, and they're doing a phenomenal job.
from my perspective, strategic, Aaron, it was like, you're new. Because it was like she's been here the whole time. So
And
give her some real
and I just
credit
want to
for
say
it.
also, Lyle, that it helps with the morale of the staff, because if they bring in somebody from outside than you and doesn't know anything that's going on, and then they'll start leaving even more. So great job, chief.
Any other comments for police? So there's some successes there at the airport, we're on Public Works on 58. Airport taxiway and connectors construction. The terminal facility assessment report, and we'll see that as an action going forward. Working on the conceptual design, the last one there for the new terminal and the EDA grant. Comments on Public Works?
And the air service grant.
Yeah, there's a grant.
Yeah, I had that checked.
I mean, I would make a comment that I always thought before becoming a counselor that planning and zoning got the most complaints, which probably still do. But man, the street department, people are rough with Public Works Department. That's probably the biggest complaint I get as a counselor. And so I do appreciate, not that the other departments aren't doing a great job, but I do appreciate Robert because I have to contact him a lot with different questions I get in the community. And it's been interesting for me to learn all the various things that Public Works does. I wasn't even really aware of all the things, you know, I just always look at it like streets, but there's so many aspects. And so I've learned a lot. So I do appreciate that, Robert. And I know it's a lot. And I was just shocked at, yeah, you guys get a lot of complaints. I'm really sorry. But I think I've seen you interact with the public, and I think you interact in a way that's very graceful and humble that is calming to people. And I think that's really helpful. So.
Thank you, ma'am.
Other comments?
Just a comment about it's the Public Works Department, but the whole first page is devoted to the airport. And I think the airport was kind of a stepchild or an afterthought in the Public Works Department for so many years. And when we got the EDA grant, we started to focus on it. And then with Mark Fleischer's help, we were able to get the race program going. And all of a sudden, it's become a really, really important part of the Public Works Department. But it's been very, very difficult for Robert to handle that and lose Jimmy Parrish, the street superintendent. And then he now has a new one who's doing 2 jobs at once. So I don't know how you do it. I really don't.
Couldn't do it without my staff. I got a great group that work under me. And again, I couldn't do it without them. And the support of the council as well. And then direction from the city manager.
And one of the things that we'll be working on, which is really important, is the lack of state funding for roadway maintenance. It's only available for capital. There's a small amount of money that's available for maintenance, and that needs to be a priority.
And so, and several of you talked about the mill and overlay and the importance of defining service level and funding mechanisms, because the state does not. And then you throw in the whole issue of gas tax revenues. They're on the decline. With the alternative fuel vehicles there, that's really impacting. One state you do not want to go to in about the next 5 years is Georgia. For the last 18 months, they suspended all gas tax. So for 2 years now, they will have no revenue coming into.
Oh, my goodness.
I don't know how now they're going to fund it.
But we're close.
And so the cities I work with in
Yeah, they rely
Catlin
on
County
that, right.
rely on that. And if the couple that I work with, Camden County, Georgia, they're saying, look, we've got some real growth. We've got a balanced nuke. We have a spaceport coming there, but then how do we maintain the old rural roads? And they got a lot of dirt roads they're maintaining too. So purchasing and warehouse. A new purchasing ordinance updated. The city council procurement training and warehouse tour. The electric inventory. Those are all on page 60. They're the 3rd, 4th, and 5th one there. Comments there?
Lyle, just that they did an excellent job, Francis, educating his counselors on how to get purchasing out and how to do our discretionary fund and making it legal and not liable for the city. So they educated, and she has a very professional office right now.
in a very
Appreciate it.
difficult environment of trying to purchase anything today.
And she, yes, she did. And I like one thing that I learned at that training was that we can make a request for a specific item. Like, for example, I had a table I wanted to buy for the veterans prep table. And using my discretionary fund, and Francis, they look for the cheapest or least inexpensive but high quality item they can find, and they will find it. And so she could do it much less, but she even looks out for us in our discretionary funds. She tries to get the least expensive, high grade item she can get. And I really appreciate that. And she's like that with government funds overall. She will find the very least inexpensive one she can find because she doesn't want to waste our government money. And I appreciate that. That means a lot. Thank you, Francis.
Thank you. That was good. What was- Any other comments there? Moving on to the Rex Museum on page 62 is a cleaning and remodeling of the ground floor. And then the ceremonial photo retrospect exhibit for the two. So it's the bottom one on page 62 and the top on 63. Comments there?
Is this still we're still in the process of organizing some of this, or is this for the museum collection, for the Rex Museum?
The museum collections all been inventory to pack. The
Okay,
space was remodeled by the staff. Was sitting that way for 25 years, so. Then now it's an exhibition space, rotating exhibits in there, and right now the enterprise ceremony. First 3 exhibits is still up.
I didn't know that, so. I didn't know that. I didn't know that.
Yeah, I asked her to have a staff meeting there, so all the departments can see it and do a tour.
is it big enough for that?
Well, I asked, it's gonna have to be upstairs.
Yeah,
That's been remodeled too, kind of for the office space, so that, but we can still go through and see it. I still remember from the first time I came here.
It's very different.
Yeah.
Great job.
Any other comments on Rex? No. Risk management, the third one down and the bottom of the page, the NMSIF portal and the boot card amount.
What's that? Victor turnaround for, what does COI mean?
Certificate of insurance.
Oh, thank you.
Really?
Other comments there?
How many, well, maybe it's in here, how many risk management complaints have we got or filed over the last year?
As far as like court claims against us,
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'd have to get you that number. I don't know. At least 20, 30.
Can we, well, maybe not in this meeting, but later share publicly like the tort claim process at some point? I mean, I know I've asked you one-on-one about that too, but I think that'd be really helpful for all of us as council as we're getting a lot of different, well, let's see.
Sure.
Bent tires and rims, yeah, but for other stuff too, you know, and understanding how people can do that, because I've been getting a lot of questions of how they file a tort claim.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Any others? Senior Center, reopened in September. The Senior Advisory Board election, those are on page 65. Comments on the Senior Center?
Is it open full time?
Yes.
Yes. Monday to Friday.
Then going to solid waste on 66 and 67. The first one on page 66 is maintaining an adequate professional staff that's providing those services. And then on page 67, the one second up from the bottom, the residential cleanup program.
Oh, yeah.
That's the most popular item we have.
Comments on solid waste?
I get my trash picked up every Tuesday, so I'm happy.
So despite wind, weather, rain, snow.
Yeah, boy, they're out there.
Then we've got solid waste environmental programs, the continuation of Keep Gallup green and beautiful, which has been a priority of the council over the last several years. Stay tuned for more actions on that one.
We need action. Thank you.
The going to the next one on page 70 and 71 is tech services. The fourth one down is the Gallup Department Police cellular service migration. And then the VPN and MFA migration. And then on the next page, the top one of fiber to premise internet for fire and police locations.
Could Suzanne explain that?
That's
Just real quick.
Everything you mentioned is over our head.
Yeah.
What we did was we upgraded, Gallup Police Department laptop from, right. It's a lot better and a lot of dead areas we had, we can no longer. We also have the ability to use FirstNet, so if we did have an outage, we had, where everything goes down so quickly with, the AT&T towers will be able to still utilize the AT&T services, they'll be able to make phone calls, get on the internet. As far as the VPN and MFA migration goes, we got rid of bulky software, the way that I put it, that was slowing down our laptop. And we went to a new solution called Sonic Wall for VPN services, which is basically one device to a computer network. The second thing is multi-factor authentication, which is an additional authentication method to verify if you're logging into the
Okay, no.
She's like this.
Okay.
Upgraded technology.
Just say, okay, great job.
We need it.
Suzanne?
No, actually, great job, Suzanne. It's the best I've seen since I worked in the past and the present. That's the most organized I have ever seen IT department. So you've done an excellent job.
And it's also created a lot of, it's created less stress for our department. We were out, going out there, we did multiple, requests to get a week, and now we're down to maybe like 2 months.
Great.
checked.
Lot of great things.
Those are the first things.
It's a huge change. It really is.
Suzanne, would we pay Comcast and AT&T then for both those services, like as a because FirstNet is our backup? Oh, who's our backup, Verizon?
Oh, there.
Yeah.
Okay, right now we.
Oh, we have Sacred Wind, okay.
Right. We also got Century, which is our backup. But still utilize Comcast. which is our- And for.
Okay, and then with the Comcast lift zones, that's awesome. I didn't even realize we were doing that. They paid for that, right?
Yeah.
So great. Yeah, that's great. Awesome.
We're almost done.
Sorry.
Tourism and marketing. Reestablished film liaison, which we've talked about in the past. Hired marketing and project coordinator. Stay tuned for actions coming up this afternoon. Comments there?
Okay, they can ask. So
Would you
they can ask. They can ask. Doesn't mean they're getting, but they can ask. We have every department asking for staff.
It's not stat, these would be program deliverables.
Okay, we'll see.
And then water and wastewater on page 73. The Maloney water line replacement. The Lincoln Vega Strong cast iron replacement. And so it's the first three are all cast, or the first one and the next two are cast iron. And then on the next page, The fourth one down is completed $120,000. Upgrades of 23 water, large commercial meters. Comments there or questions?
Just wanted to thank Adrian for stepping up and get these projects done on the north side. They were a long time coming, and he's really done an amazing job of managing solid waste and water and wastewater on the projects.
So this is the performance for the last year. I think it's important before we start into strategic planning, look at, because some of these things come by in an agenda item and you never hear anything, whatever happened to it. A lot of successes, a lot of things that from an outside perspective would raise that rating up higher than a 7, just or higher than a 6, because looking at the internal things that have added value to your residents' lives there, enhanced service delivery, reduced costs, and as you all were saying on several of these, gee, I didn't know that, but these things are working better today than they have been in the past, even with less staff. So there's a really good story to tell here. And I would urge you not to just leave it here, but to communicate and market the heck out of this on your website and throughout when you go out and talk. Saying, hey, did you know about these? Pick 1 or 2 of these things because they may be of interest to the citizens out there as you talk to them. So any other final comments before we wrap this part up? Lunch is here. We'll eat lunch and then we'll convene looking to the future.
Wow.
What happened today is really good. To attack. So So, what we're gonna do now is spend the next few minutes, probably a couple hours, getting you all to talk what's on your minds. So hearing from the department heads, because in the past, this has been a time where you could hear from them. Not going through, read what's on their worksheets, but say, hey, here's what I see are the challenges, and council, you need to be thinking about this going forward. So this is a time for you to share your thoughts with them and them with you, and then we'll build them into the 5-year plan. If you look at the strategic planning model, strategic planning is driving the city to the future. We're not going to redo the vision. The vision is what you want to be, and that's been pretty consistent within this group. It's your destination. Then the goals have been pretty consistent. The outcomes have changed, and the actions have changed, and boy, have the challenges changed. So we're going to be updating today after we go through this, probably one goal, and that is looking at the next 5 years. The staff and you, through your interviews, updated the objectives, which are outcomes for 5 years. Then I asked you about challenges. Boy, there's many challenges out there in a very dynamic world. And I'll share with you some of the ones that I see as well, listening to folks. And then the actions that you want to see. So we'll be doing that, starting that this afternoon. But where we're going to start is on section 5. For the mayor and council, you're on pages 2 and 3. Give me 3, maybe 4 things that you would like to see in 5 years. It's hard to say, 2028. That's only 5 years from now, folks. What are the 3 to 5 things that you want to see? And then what are your priorities for the next year on page 20, on page 3. So it's 5-year on 2, 1 year on page 3. So while you're doing that, the department heads, you're gonna all get a max of 5 minutes to talk about what is your message to the mayor and council of either a challenge or things you want them to address during the last year. You can look at your worksheets as a way of starting. Please do not read them. Pick out the 2 or 3 things, because if you give them 10 things, you know how many they're gonna remember? They're like me, probably not many. But if you give me 2 hard-hitting ones with some understanding, I'll probably remember those more likely. So everybody's got an assignment. We're gonna give you a few minutes to organize your thoughts. So I'm gonna shut up and let you all write your thoughts or organize your thoughts.
You said 5-year challenge and 1-year challenge?
No, 5-year, what do you want to get done in 5 years? That's a get done. And then what are your priorities, Linda, for the next year on page 3? Your priorities, and 3 or 4, not a long list. Because I've got everything, we have over 100 action items we're gonna be talking about.
Yes, you
So
do.
The staff is supposed to be doing what?
you're gonna get a maximum of 5 minutes, Tammy. You can talk about your challenges or say, hey, here's are 2 things that I think you all need to address this year.
But just for this year, right?
Yeah, short term.
I just keep looking at pages. How many are we supposed to have?
3 or 4.
Okay. That's good. But then have more.
Hard to keep it down to 3 or 4, isn't it?
But these are ones that maybe others wouldn't bring up, but really things that you believe needs to be on the agenda because they're important to you. You'll always be able to add more. Is there?
Sorry.
Well, let's talk about it. Before we jump in, there's one other thing I should have incorporated in the past performance. And it is these pages here, and when Josh gets back, we'll get them for you. $34,611,074.73. This is a list of all the grants that this city has received. It's rather impressive. Vince, could you see if the long pages are on her desk? She had them down there. I asked her to make copies because this is a story to tell. Oh, there she is. Time for this. I understand. So I just wanted, this is a list of the grants that you've received. And it's a rather impressive list. Because I know one of the issues is some of you said we didn't get very many grants last year. Some talked about grants person. So this is the list. And for each one of these, it's not just dollars coming. As Patty will attest, reporting, administering, more reporting and administering. Oh, then we have a few audits. What about that audit for 5 years ago, 6 years ago? FEMA's the worst. They're coming into cities 8 years after the event and saying, where's your paper? And taking away from other things. And that's not an exaggeration. Some of the cities in Florida, when you get hit by multiple hurricanes, it's trying to keep, is it Ian or is it Charlie or which one was it? But I thought this would be helpful to see. Patty provided to me yesterday. I said, let's hand it out to all. It's a good overview of what you've been able to achieve. Marianne or Patty, you want to comment on this?
I just want to comment that the other thing that we're still trying to report on the ARPA funds, and we can't get into the website. And so we have 5, 6 different federal grants.gov, I mean, ASAP, and every single one is a complicated computer setup system. And then you have to call the federal government and you have to get authorization. And so it is absolutely, these federal grants are absolutely a nightmare. And sorry, that's just fresh in my mind because we got rejection from the system again this morning. We're trying to report to the US Treasury and they're very complicated systems and every single one is different. And that doesn't include the states. I just want to comment that, and then all of us are involved because you have to have an authorizing official and a financial official and an authorized person to do the entry. And every time you have to turn over a change, you have to change everything in the system. And then there's DOJ grants. So I just wanted you to know that these are, as you said, but they're very, very time consuming to administer. And then the other piece of this is the financial piece, which Patty can speak to, is not the implementation piece. So you have financial reporting and then you have the actual grant implementation in the field of the department. So it doesn't just tie up finance or administration, but also the actual implementing department has to manage the project and then provide periodic reports and then get them to finance. So it's a massive system to coordinate.
And along those lines, I do want to say it is massive, but unfortunately, absolutely necessary in
Oh, you
our
bet.
community because this is free money. It does, a lot of it is money that we get, that we can spend for a project. Some of it, and we've gotten to the point almost, we can no longer take on debt, so we can't get funding that requires either us to pay it back or for us to have a match, because that is, we can't afford it anymore. We've gotten to that point where we just can't. So this is critical and it is very burdensome, but nonetheless, it is free money. And if we want our cities to grow, we have to keep looking for that money.
And they go in cycles. The classic for me are wastewater treatment plants. During the 70s and 80s, there were a lot of grants. Most cities did not pay for, out of their own ratepayers, the wastewater plants. And then that went away. Now, what is the life cycle on these plants? They're 30, 40, 50 years old, and those grants aren't there anymore. And what do you do now? And then you have several cities I work with have good plants, but the growth has pushed them to the capacity, because you've got to start planning when you're X percentage of your capacity. Round Rock, Texas, a lot of Texas cities are really pushed against their capacity. And so you can't build more houses unless you expand the plant. Oh, by the way, you're under a consent decree because you're discharged, and then getting the permits for discharge. Adrian, how am I doing?
I think you just described our situation.
Well, I can take you to Clive, Iowa, to Butte, Iowa, Bettendorf, Iowa, Round Rock, Texas, Beaumont, Texas. Similar situation. So it's a challenge. But now let's talk about your future. Michael, I'm going to start with you again. 5 years.
Okay, complete water and wastewater pipe replacement, the iron pipes. A new regional senior center, more wells, more housing, and funding for streets for paving and milling and paving.
Sarah, what do you got for 5 years? What do you want to see?
I put money for roads to be replaced and maintained, having all major roads replaced, or at least aim for that.
All major roads?
Well, all major roads, sorry, that need the repairs. I
Okay.
mean, not all major roads, but all major roads that need major repairs. All major pipelines that need replaced, adding destinations to the airline. New housing development and construction, additional businesses for job creation, have an adequate succession plan for all departments, have at least 2 more wells.
That was good. Just got to get caught up.
Yeah.
Linda, what do you want to see in 5 years?
Help from the federal Bureau of Reclamation for the Navajo Gallup waters that we went to, for it to be where we just want the same from the Hickory tribe and the Navajo tribe. If we can even get at least 10 years waiver like Hickory tribe, if not preferably 15, but 10 would be great. So to continue help, because if we don't have that help, everything else is for naught. We're not gonna have a city, we're not gonna have no water. Very important that we have the water, and then of course the wells. Get the wells. I have wastewater, I have a library to be built and completed.
So we'll be able in 5 years, Linda, to walk in?
Yes, ma'am. I mean, yes, sir. I know, but that's my wish. And the senior center also, that we've been working on. And continue with our airport, which is a very viable asset to the city. It's growing, and I think it's gonna grow bigger and better with the demand that's out.
Swings back to what Sarah talked about in terms of additional destinations.
Yeah. That's it.
There are some definite themes coming out here. Fran?
Okay, in 5 years, I would like to see that all our cast iron pipes are replaced, done. I would like us to have started building the new regional library, because that was a priority when I started, and I keep seeing it getting shoved down. So it needs to go back up and become a priority. But I want it to be a regional library, meaning that the county will help and so will the tribe.
Which we have talked about.
I would like to see there be housing development in our community. And then I'm gonna ask for, this is my dream, is to have a traffic division within the police department, because I think there's too many speeders and people running stop signs. And I'd like to see our drug task force in Gallup, because we've got to curb our drug problem here. So that's what I would like to see in Gallup in 5 years.
So is the task force there today?
No, they don't have enough officers, so it is no more.
But just lack of staff or lack of funding?
Good staff.
Thank you, Sheriff. Right.
Good, thank you. Mayor,
This is typical. I'm always last after the.
you're gonna go
council. They
first.
don't need anything.
You're gonna get first coming back around.
Good.
Anyway, one of the things that I don't think was mentioned was our wastewater treatment plant. You were talking about it. It was built in 1956. It is definitely outdated. It's time for a new one. The other thing is IHS Hospital. That's something that's been talked about for the past 25 years, is the replacement of the hospital. And they're looking at 2 different sites, but it just keeps dragging on. And I'd like to see that happen somewhere between now and 2028. And Senior Citizen Center, I'd like to see that finished. You wanted 3? Or you want
Sure,
more?
you can go, keep
Okay.
going on your list.
Oh, I got.
Others did, they were up in the 5 to 7 range is,
Oh, okay. Well, the other thing, golf course. I mean, I get more, I mean, in fact, somebody gave me a study showing that over $8 million has been made by Grants' golf course from golfers from Gallup going to Grants. And so the golf course is definitely it's one of those things we need to do something about. And I think we've already put in, I think at this point, we're probably $11 million into the golf course. So I'd like to see some kind of return coming back. And that's about it. The rest of it's been covered by the council.
so now you get to go first. 1 year, what is your priorities for 1 year, Mayor?
Well, we've got Lowe's downtown has been shut down for 4 years. And we have done everything we can. I think the next step is probably a redevelopment district or something that we could, probably the city could get involved in it. But Lowe's downtown is a major issue for me. And of course, the Alpine property on the north side, right now it's being used as a warehouse, and that seems to be a general complaint with most of the community that we have a warehousing downtown of our, odds and ends. And of course, the motels that we shut down, that's another area. Basically, I think we need to look at a redevelopment district to see if there's some way we could, help the private sector. How many do you want?
Keep going.
Oh, keep going. Water, we need more wells. We did get 1 built. We've got the money, I think, to start on the next 2. But our engineers are telling we need between 8 and 10 wells. So that's going to be something that and I'd like to see that completely done in the next year.
All 8 of them or the 2?
What's that?
All 8 or the 2?
Well, have the funding for 8 for sure.
Okay.
I think we can get it done. I mean, we've made trips to Washington. We've also hit our legislators in Santa Fe, and so far the response has been pretty good. Hopefully the funding will come for us. And then, of course, housing, of course, we don't have any new developments going on. But the question is, people keep complaining. In fact, I had a realtor on the phone yesterday complaining to me that the only reason that we're not getting new housing is we're too strict on our code. And if that be the case, do we need to do a study as to figure out how we can make it easier? Personally, I don't believe it. I think that for some reason we just don't have contractors that want to build homes. That's it.
Good. Fran?
In the next year, I'd like us to fix the Navajo Gallup problem that we recently encountered, and we continue to try to do that. And we should become We are a partner. We are not a beneficiary. I think they need to define us in the right category, and I argued that in Washington. We
Were
have,
they receptive to that?
no, but it doesn't matter. I know we are a partner.
Yep.
I want to find funding for Gallup Detox, because we go through this every few years, always trying to make sure we have adequate funding. I'd like to make sure we obtain funding to replace the cast iron pipes. Again, the drug task force in Gallup. I'd like to see us do a new campaign to keep Gallup clean and beautiful. That's an initiative by our governor. She wants our state to look clean and beautiful. But I mean, I'd like us to start with our city by asking our families, ourselves, to do something. But we needed a good marketing campaign that is always in people's minds, because I will tell you, it's not just the people coming from out of town throwing trash. I've seen people, my neighbors, my friends, throwing bags of trash outside of their car as they're driving by. So it's happening. It's your friends. It's my friends. It's happening. And finally, the last thing I'd like to see in 1 year is to have our salary study complete and a new salary structure for our city staff that is much higher than it is now.
Good.
Thank you.
Thank you. Linda, what do you got on 1 year?
Well, some of us is kind of repeat of the mayor and council.
That's okay.
But of course, my top priority would be coming from Washington, the Navajo Gallup project, getting help, like I said, from the 5-year. And that it would be done this year. Also money for wells. And not fix, but repair the cast iron pipes that are a problem. Yes, replace each and every one of them. And then I'd like to see the completion of the police building. And along with that, of course, the drug task force, hopefully getting more officers in. Our animal shelter, get that, very important to me for our little animals to have a place. The Joni Boulevard finished. Aztec and 9th to be completed, and that's been going on for years. That's your, right, that, in that little.
Oh, the Aztec, West Aztec.
Oh, West Aztec drainage.
Yeah, drainage.
Thank you. It's not gonna happen in a year.
Cole Commons completed. I'll start with parks this year. Since we had that presentation from Director Vince Alonso, we're in dire, desperately need of what these parks being up to standard. So I would like to see, even if we do something with each one at a time, this year, and then every year thereafter, until they're up to standard. How we get the money, how we're gonna do it, but we need to have a plan. We need to get these parks back up. And again, I put on my number 11 was the task force.
Any other things, Linda?
No.
Sarah?
Okay, I put money for road maintenance. I also had the golf course, but I had this on my 1 year plan. That may not be a long enough stretch, but I'd like to see golf course repairs and playable greens, which I know Matt also wants. Mayor had that in 5 years, so maybe it's somewhere in between 1 and 5. Get staffing replacements in place, because I do think some of that's out of our control, but I think as much money as we can get is great, but if we don't have staffing to implement those things, that's difficult. Working partnership with Navajo Nation. Hire a grant writer. I do think we did amazing with the grants that we have, and I think that it's awesome. But I think there's so many grants out there, and this is so much work to be put on additional department heads that it would be ideal to have a person that, I know we contract with the COG too, but I think it'd be great to have a grant writer specifically for within the city. I agree with Councilor Palachuk. I put plan to make the city cleaner, though that's a marketing planner, just because that's something I hear a lot, and I do think our city's gotten very dirty. I also agree with Councilor Garcia about updated parks, or at least starting the process. And then I put looking into like recycling. I know this is something that's been looked at in the past, but what you call this, like cycling at your door? Curbside recycling. Yeah, thank you. I recycle a lot, and if it's always full. I feel like, is that true? A little bit of radical, it's full. So I would love to see at least an initiative for curbside recycling. That's it.
Oh, that's good. Hi, Michael. So what do you want done in this year?
Cast iron water line replacement, at least start. Funding for mill and overlay of streets. New affluent line for the golf course. Coverings at warehouse for water and electric department supplies being stored out in the weather.
Hmm.
They, you know, they're being, in weather beaten quite a bit, you know. And then the one that restore the 1925 fire truck for its 100th anniversary in 2 years.
Talk about that, right?
That's the first fire truck we've city Gallup have, and it would be nice to have it back in shape for the 100th anniversary.
Good. Any other things from any of you? You'll have a chance to add more. We've added a few more already that we don't have in there. So the next few minutes, I want to go around and give the department heads a chance to share with you some of their thoughts about challenges. And again, I'm going to have my timer going here. And so anybody want to start, or do you want me to just pick on you guys?
Start with Jan.
Just pick on them?
Let's start with Jan.
Mary Ann, do you have any opening ones before I start with picking on folks?
No, I think that the list that council gave is pretty similar to the things that we talked about yesterday. So I just think it's time for them to have an opportunity to speak.
Yeah, yesterday we actually tripped across one, and you'll see it in here as we were talking, going out and pursuing a grant for an all abilities park.
Yes.
And so that is one that you'll see in there, action under goal 4. What kind of park? All abilities.
Accessible like ADA.
Accessible for all. Oh, and it's one where instead of you have a rubberized surface, so you can, and you have swings that can accommodate wheelchair. One of the things that I shared with the staff yesterday when this topic came up, in one of the communities I work with, we had an individual come to the strategic planning. We're wondering, why in the hell are they here? And they wanted to thank it was a man in a wheelchair. And he said, thank you. It's the first time he'd been able to play with his kids ever.
Wow.
Because he couldn't go into most playgrounds. And this one, he was able to go and enjoy, and how much that enriched his life. And he was tearing up, and it was a very emotional thank you to the council. But it's one where there are grants available to do that. And it's beyond just ADA. It's an all abilities accessible playground. And you don't have to have one at every park, but having one in the community would be one. So you'll see something like that in here as well. So they did some creative thinking. Al, I'm going to start with you. Easy one. So I know what you're likely to say, right? Go ahead. Start off. Al.
Make your pitch.
Okay, I'm going to make it right now. One of the challenges.
Not too much lobbying.
One of the challenges that we have right now in conducting municipal officer elections in March of every year is having to comply with various mandates that are handed down by the Secretary of State. I believe originally when the state enacted the local election act, the city felt rather than opting into the regular elections in November and to maintain its elections in March, is to maintain control of its own election. But the more and more that we get into it, we really don't see that. We really look at having the Secretary of State's office mandating various requirements that we have to comply with. Leaning on the county to assist with various functions and getting those mandates. Completed. Our recommendation to staff is to present the proposal to the council to consider ordinance to opt into the regular local elections in March of every year.
No, November.
Oh, I'm sorry, November, thank you, November of odd number of years. And in order to do so, you would need to adopt an ordinance to opt in. And this action would have to be taken by the council by June 30th. Here. There are some pros to this. One, you would save about $75,000 in having to use city taxpayer funds to conduct not only an initial election, but also a runoff election. You had to conduct. The only drawback, there is a drawback in the effective terms. This next election, which would be that we would initially have, to conduct by conducting in March of 2024. The terms that are up would be, of course, Mayor Boniguidi, Councilor Shaw, Councilor Polchek, and Municipal Judge Griego. This would affect your terms. Your term, rather than having your terms expire on April 1st, 2024, we went with the regular election in November. Your terms would expire December. Same thing would happen for those of Councilor Garcia and Councilor Piano when your term expired in 2026. If we went with the regular local election in November, your term would expire 20. This is an option that will present to the council for consideration. The cost saving measure. And it would be something that we would need to consider if you would want to go in this direction. We would need to have this ordinance implemented by we would ask you.
And that's one that we would hopefully out of this have a sense of direction, or at least a foundation to start proceeding, right? Not resolution.
The initial intent was though to include November elections would both be included with the county and state.
Yes, the local offices that would be included would be school.
They're in 23.
Yeah.
November, right?
For two of them. I believe there's some other local boards that would be part of it as well. But another pro would be is that on the ballot, the municipal office needs to be first on the ballot. There's by law, the city would be listed.
If I could just make a comment too, because Al's been broaching this to me and I was all in favor of not going with November at the time because there was just an element of trust in terms of running the elections. But as I've observed this over time, first of all, there's staffing and institutional memory. And then the issue of it's really the state intended. Remember when what's his name? De Soto was named. Ivy Soto came down to the presentation. The intent was to have everybody go in November. You could just tell that that's what they wanted us to do. And we're kind of the outlier, but what we're finding out is like, remember we had to have this, the county had to certify the results of our election. Do you remember that happened? So it's kind of, as you say, they're coming up with the requirements. The county is helping us do it. They certify our election. We're just having it in March so we can be separate.
Another example is if you recall election night, this past election.
Right.
We couldn't have it enough.
Right.
We had to do everything up in the courthouse because we had devices that were required of reporting to the Secretary of State's office. We didn't have the equipment to do that. So we had to move on election to do that for us. More the original intent for the city to maintain its own elections, have that control, but really, the city does not have that. Control. We're having to lean on it. The process. We're having to complete, one with, really don't have that.
We'll have further discussion later on. Yeah,
I was gonna
Linda,
ask,
go
so what's
ahead.
the benefit if the city keeps it? What's the benefit for the city?
The benefit, the only benefit I really see is you maintain your company.
Expensive just still.
The city would handle the filing of declaration, handle, would work with the Secretary of State's office from the very beginning as far as getting the statewide election proclamation in place. Filing declarations, the absentee voting would be done, City Hall, city staff would be, in charge of that. Pretty much, we would be making or having to go through whatever. Leaning on, but lean on the county. They're obligated.
So think about it. We'll talk about it further before we leave. Any other questions?
My only question is if that were to change, then how would it be advertised or when would people start running for their, if they want to run again, if they were already in the seat or if they were a new person, then how would that work?
I believe the filing date for the November election is, I want to say August. It was August. And the county clerk would need to work with the Secretary of State to get.
And states that have no, it's usually August or early September. But that's why that June, if you're gonna do it, I mean, it's not too early now to say, hey, by June, we want to make a final decision on it. It's really in your court to decide how you want to proceed, so.
Koski mentioned that's per election. So we would be able to utilize those funds.
All right, let me pick on fire, Julie.
Fire.
Yes.
Good time. So for the next year. One that we continue to look at replacement of our aerial unit. It put in a request for additional funds. What we've seen of the aerial ladder unit, we're trying to replace a 1995 ladder unit. It has a 75-foot ladder. It's almost 30 years old, that unit. So
You will need funding.
we've been working on the funding right now, we're close, and the funding, we're projecting the funding to be, cost for the unit to be around 1.2 to 1.3 million. And we're right there for the purchase, so having your support would help us out a lot in getting that completed. The next item I would like to also thank Mayor, Council, and City Leadership is the compensation study for the fire department, police department, public safety. We haven't seen the numbers yet, but we're optimistic that this is going to be very helpful in recruitment and getting firefighters here in the city. New firefighters that will stay, and which will allow us to stay with the retirements and people leaving the department, that we can stay up with that exodus of people leaving, because there's going to be a lot of experienced personnel leaving within the next 1 to 3 years. For our department, will be under 5 years, will be more than 50% of our department will be less than 5 years. So that's a change, it's a cycle that is rebuilding again.
Right.
But we're confident with the leadership that we have in our department, that we're going to continue on with that, in that path, and creating new leaders. Those are the main two pieces. And get that unit replaced and get that compensation rate study.
And council, just for your information, we're really close on that. JM and I have a meeting tomorrow.
So in questions of Dewey? That was well done. What about Public Works, Robert?
Public Works. As you all know, we are very short-staffed in Public Works, especially the street department. So I'm really excited about the class and comp study. I wish it would happen a little quicker, but I understand it's a long process. Issue is we're not able to compete with like our local Starbucks or McDonald's. They're actually paying their employees more than we're paying a skilled labor or a skilled CDL driver. So it's very difficult for us to hire and retain these employees. You know, located obviously low around. But I think if we can do an increase in their pay, we'll be able to get some more folks hired and keep the ones that we have. Another thing too that I would really like for the mayor and council to assist me with is looking for more funding for our streets. Our streets are literally falling apart. And patching potholes is not a permanent fix. It's just a temporary fix. And every time we get moisture, those potholes pop out again. So it's a very vicious cycle. And we're just getting plastered all over social media by they're acting like we're not doing nothing. Yep. But with 12 employees, we're doing everything in our power to try to keep the streets up, keep them clear, keep them safe during the winter. And you know, I just need support from the council, knowing that we are. I would welcome to take each and every one of you out and show you what we're doing. These guys are getting burnt down. They really are.
Yeah, when they get negative comments on social media, it's bad for their morale.
It's bringing them down. And, you know, I see it. I want to respond, but I don't.
Yeah.
I can't.
I wanted to do, but I'd get banned from there.
I would, you know, Matt's even offered up to reach out to my department, take some photos of what the guys are actually doing, the snowplow operation, the potholes.
Good idea.
Fixing the potholes, the street sweeping operations. And I really appreciate that. I was talking to my street superintendent this morning. And I mentioned that to him, and he thinks it's a good idea. So I told him I want him to work with Matt getting this done so we can actually post these photos of what our guys are doing. You know, we have over 200 miles of curb line here in the city of Gallup that we have to maintain with 12 people. That's very tough. I even have supervisors driving snowplows, and I've gone out myself and ran snowplows just to help out with the shortfall. But, pardon? Pardon? It's 22. 22 and we're down to 12. Yes.
Half staff.
You know, we've had a lot of interviews. We go through the process, and then when it comes down to the hiring, they don't respond to HR.
That's the ghosting thing.
The ghost don't show.
They're
Being ghosted.
Yes. Or we hire them on and they find out what the work entails of, and a day later they're gone. But you know, I really do appreciate the support of the mayor and the council, the city manager, and all the other departments. I mean, I got Parks Department stepping up and helping with the snowplow operations and anything else we do. I'm over building construction. There's 4 employees there and 1 superintendent. They're even stepping up to help with snowplow operations and potholing. And it's not really in their job description, but they're going out of their way to keep the city trying to keep the city running and our roads safe for our citizens.
I would like to make a comment, Lyle, if I could, started, but just wanted to mention, and to Patty too, one of the biggest challenges is that we fund our streets department with fuel tax. And so his revenues are his budgetary boundaries. And that's the issue. And it's kind of the same thing with utilities. When we raise the salaries for our employees in the enterprise fund or the fuel tax fund, they're capped at what their revenue is. And we need to discuss that when we have the budget, because that's a huge issue. If gas tax, and we started with this years ago when we saw it was flattening out, and it's going to go down. It is not going to go up. So the state needs to find an alternative revenue source for the fuel tax. And they have a bill before them this year, which is using some of the vehicle registration funds towards that would, a percentage would go to local governments. If we don't have that solution, then we're gonna have to find another option. So I just want to give you that context. It isn't that we don't want to do this. It's just that that's his funding source, just like it is for water and wastewater.
So that caps the salary.
Well, the operating budget,
Right.
right?
Linda?
Most of these complaints on about the state roads, they think they're city road, street, and they're state. And I know that you have reached out, I have reached out to the state. And of course, they're working on the highway, so that's their priority, and we're down
Right.
here.
Right.
Our need is great.
Right,
Yeah,
absolutely.
really. So I just need to know, how can we get the state to?
The one thing we haven't done is reach out to our commissioner. We have our own MDOT commissioner, and we haven't done that yet. And Robert and I have talked about that. You hate to go above the staff because you have to work with them. And so we've done everything, right?
To folks, is the state is dealing with the same issues the city is. They're short-staffed as well. You know, I work with District 6 supervisors, managers, trying to build I built a pretty decent relationship with them. Lisa Vega as well, the District 6 engineer. They're struggling as well with staff shortages.
Yeah.
However, I-40 is a priority.
That's the issue.
They have tons of motorists going through. As a matter of fact, I believe yesterday they had to shut down I-40 again to fix the pothole at Coolidge.
They had an accident there.
Yeah. So, you know, I drove through 66 on the west side. I come in at 6 o'clock every morning. I do my rounds looking at the road. And I was actually out on the west side and I was seeing some sparkles in my headlights. Like, they've done some patching out here. So they patched the west side of town. So they're slowly getting to it. But they're dealing with staff shortages as well. So it's very difficult for them as well.
I just think that, and I appreciate the Councilor Piano for putting on social media the state roads.
Yes.
That helped a lot. It helped me.
I appreciate that. People did not seem to care, but.
And well, that opened it up.
Yeah, that's how I'm thinking. And I will too.
For city department, and then it'll get us going, gets me going, and I mean, we'll come and then it just explodes or something. People just call me, or call you, I'll meet you, let you know what's going on, instead of it being that, it just gets worse, the negativity of that Facebook is horrible. So I just wanted to, you know, let people know that we are doing something, that we're not neglecting them, we can't help the weather.
And to Councilor Garcia's point, maybe, I don't know if this would help either, because social media is kind of a downfall. Probably, but what if we had community meetings where, I know you do a great job, community, and then had you come and then tell people we're gonna try, I mean, do you think that would be helpful or not really?
It definitely would. I just spoke with, I've had community meetings in the past with Councilor Kolachek. Not necessarily in reference to roads, but speeding complaints in her district. Other issues that were going on in her district, but I'm totally open to that. As a matter of fact, Councilor Garcia reached out to me today. She's wanting to start her meetings back up. What'd you say, the third week in March?
Well, let's talk about that tomorrow
Yeah.
Yes.
in the
definitely.
afternoon
So no.
on the
yeah,
governance. I'll add that as a governance.
COVID
topic.
stopped it, but it's.
Yeah, but no, I'm definitely.
Well, I mean, I think you could even put that, but can we put that in the paper or under the? No, not so much on social media, because people feel very free to be ugly on social media. So I don't like that, but on our website, you could put the state roads, you could put who's responsible for that, even put Mr. Lundstrom's contact information, their commissioner.
Yeah, that might backfire.
Come on.
You know.
But the other issue is that it's District 6 only has so much funding from the state too, so they have that issue.
They're
too.
limited as well.
Right.
We do have a C flick fix that you can advise the constituents in your districts to respond to. Believe you me, we get tons of complaints on C flick fix.
It's an app.
It's an app, yes.
You can just go to the website too, not even on that, right?
I believe it's on the city of Gallup. Say, I've never actually gone to it myself. I've responded to complaints.
Under reported.
Yeah.
I've used it several times for feeding in my office and.
Yeah.
They come, so
Right.
it works.
We'll come back to the
Yeah,
streets
okay.
and see where it is as a priority. Thank you. That was well done. Tammy, you ready over there? Do you got tell me which hat you're gonna go through.
All three hats and 5 minutes.
No, you get a little. You've got multiple hats.
Well, that's the library, obviously, is very important. We need the library. We will have the conceptual design for that. But in this year, we're going to start that committee up again. Linda will be, our Councilor Garcia will be happy to hear that in March. So we're like now actually commissioning Milton Corbin to do the facilitation of the building process. Then what I think you should consider is what you want your historic building, your historic spaces to be into and how they serve the city. So now you've got the Rex Museum. You've got Red Rock Park Museum, kind of consider as a museum box and how you want that to evolve. Recently, a conversation has come up through a community member who wants to start the Children's Museum here, which we have discussed that several times. At the library, I think it's a big need for this community. It would fill a lot of gaps. So considering how to do that, if you want to implement the Rex as a temporary space for that, if you have another building that you would allocate for that, how you want that to evolve, becomes part of the city department overseeing museums, or if you want to have a partnership with a nonprofit outside of the city and have them take care of that. So just really thinking about the function of museums here in the city and how tourism, education, literacy, culture, all of that. And then, of course, El Morro too has to be considered another historic building that's very important to the city. Your money maker for sure is the event space here. We get about 10 to 20 calls a day on the space. And so it's been 8 years since most of this has been put in place. It's wearing out. Needs a lot of upgrades. Like a good example is that screen there with the projector screen. You see all that oil dripping down at the bottom of the screen. It needs to be repaired or replaced. The projector is getting ready to go out of life. And so you're gonna have to replace that. That's gonna be $100,000 to get that new projector in place, but that's a necessity. So we've replaced the server. We're now replacing the light bulb. It's like completely way to reduce the light. And LED projectors are the next thing, so we don't really have that kind of burning out. I don't know, the carpet needs to be redone, the paint needs to be redone, the chair, table, a lot you'll see in the budget request for upgrades to the event. And those would be, what I would think you should ponder and how you want the historic building to perform for the Gallup. Got 5 minutes?
You did well.
Wow.
No, only 3. Questions or comments, Tammy? So it's the historic spaces, it's the library getting the concept plan and reactivating that committee. Is that right? Is that a fair way?
And upgrade.
The Children's Museum and El Morro, both theater and event center, really some fundamental upgrades
Yeah.
that are really foundational.
Yeah, and engaging the community in this space, because it should be serving more safety and performances. And this was built as a black box theater, or box theater, they call it, where you just have space. Right there to divide it. That's originally what the grant funding was for when they divided the space. But it hasn't really served that purpose, and I don't know that it should serve that purpose because.
Yeah.
So. Doesn't get a lot of play from in the city and outside.
Brandon, did you have a question?
No.
I thought you're
Made my cookie. Thank you.
going to golf course.
So, the big one for us is gonna be, the decision community, so we can get back to how the course was pre-pandemic. Because they tie together, Revenues in 2020, just at the $300,000 mark. And due to the water issue, definitely declined. We should be somewhere in the 450 to just shy of $500,000 in revenues alone. And then that's where the food and beverage would come in, where that would give us the additional $300,000. We're looking at $800,000 that we're putting back into the general fund pot. And what, our expenditure, let's just say it's $1 million for the year, covered 80% of our operation expenses that will then go to other uses for other people. Tight as things are, that's why it's so important that we have a good spring, really pushing the pipe to get the pipe done. Working with Holly, they've been great. We've done some things to the pipe or the pump itself to stop things from being stuck up, so we can extend the amount and times that we receive water, make it more consistent. A meeting with architect next Tuesday at 1:30. Hopefully have by the end of this month in March or sometime in April, the rough draft, design, and a cost estimate on what it would cost to remodel the pro shop, to get a vendor in there for food and beverage. And I really think we're close. Had some setback, pandemic wise, as well as a bit of infrastructure, but we've got plans in place. Thank you guys last year for kind of identifying a funding source and then approving that funding source, because we were in a really tight spot. And once we have this pipe done, we have the seed on site, we're ready to start seeding. We have the equipment. We were lucky enough to get ahead of the wait. We really pushed that hard last year to get it finalized. And so that's kind of where we're at now, trying to get back on track and get close to 80%, if not more, of our expenditures covered.
So the seating and the pro shop remodel / alcohol sales are the two big things for you.
Mm-hmm.
Questions or comments from the mayor and council?
Matt, would the seating take place prior to when people would be playing, or would there be a chance that you're closing 9 holes?
So one thing I presented in here that we'll go over is 3 options. Basically, we can close 18 for basically this spring and the remainder of this year to get open next year, or maybe possibly sometime in this fall if we have a really good growing process, get back open. Or we could do 9 holes, where we would do 9 now, hopefully by September, October, open that up, get as much done on the second 9 that we can going into winter, and then finishing that 9 up next spring, with hopefully opening by May, June, July, somewhere in there. And so you're looking at timetables that way. You're also looking at staff trying to put all of our attention towards just seating, getting it done right, but then also having to be open for play, pulling parts, like basically servicing 2 things at one time. And then the work, to me, what I feel would be the worst option would be just trying to do it while we're 100% open, and then just basically kind of what we've done in the past. It hasn't been real successful trying to seed as and so I would highly recommend the first 2 options. They're a bit more in depth. We'll go to the page later on, but that's kind of the gist of what I'm thinking, what that needs to be done. And then I'm hoping we can have discussion once you guys read more of those details at next city council meeting. Bring an action item where we can get moving.
Any other comments or questions from council? HR.
So it is important to go through that. Key positions and HR staffing are critical. We need to get positions filled. We need to have discussion plans for those same positions, and really most positions. As you have that, as she stated, this department in several departments, a lot of our key folks are within that retirement window, and it's going to happen in the next 5 years. We're letting a lot of knowledge go, and we're not replacing it, getting anybody ready to step into those shoes.
So I feel like that's very important. We also need to update our personnel policies and procedures. That really needs to happen. A lot of not worded correctly, and times have changed. There are things that need to change along. I really hope that we can get that done sooner rather than later.
Will that require council action? Will that require council action?
Yes. We have to,
In some cities it does and some not, so,
I agree with that.
okay.
Also the fast study that you're talking about.
I don't know what happened.
It's really important that once we get these results, that we're able to implement them. A lot of people are holding on to hope for this study. Or if we don't do anything with it, it's just really encouraging. Worry about that whenever we get, have no idea what the final numbers will be. Very fired. I realize get this done, but we need it.
That's it. So it's the hiring the key positions, succession planning, the updating the personnel policies, and the class and comp and the funding of that. Comments from the council or questions? You guys are doing a great job as staff. What about purchasing? Warehouse.
A little bit of what, I would like to for probably I'm going because, permit is very unique. Was over it. And, we can't pick that as a get thrown into this, so I'm trying to maybe get an education. Mostly on the street level and national level. We have some very good training. But the other thing that I thought of when I know requesting additional employees due to the compensation study, but I would like to look at maybe requesting an additional employee. We are really struggling in our managing those. So we have quite a bit of and all we have building sometimes capital and busy with trying for everything over 1,000 every department, so really busy. Maybe or the warehouse. They want to see is policy to see about getting stuff there. And it, within getting rid of that to prior budgeting. So because they don't do that, nothing stays, nothing. Got a barcode system that putting in and. Um, as I mentioned, we need bring out there. Men.
So is your barcode system fully funded? So that's a funding issue as well. Questions or comments? There? Is this helpful to you all going through?
Yes.
You're gonna see these coming up later on, so. If you had to go, gee, I forgot to ask a question now, you'll have another crack at it. What about electric? Yes.
Well, we've actually, been doing a lot of work on these things and we don't really hear from us very often. But we've been getting very busy trying to upgrade a lot of things that have kind of deteriorated over time. We've got cables that need to be replaced, switching. We have wires that we have to upgrade and reconductor. And a lot of things that we can, like I said, handling in the background. We just ask for continued support in what we're trying to accomplish. Like you guys are aware, electric vehicles that are coming online or wanting to come online in our area. Those loads have to be analyzed, they can't be thrown onto our grid and overload. So with the construction and substation that we're operating, that's going to be our new our new substation. It's going to be one of the bigger ones because these three stations in the central area of the city. We just ask that that be approved and move forward. We don't have all the numbers because of all the dancing costs of all the equipment and materials that are all over and very difficult. The total cost of this to be installed. Did have a baseline number. The last one that we accomplished was the
So that needs funding then, and no?
well, no, the sunshine right now. That's the one we're
Sunshine.
asking for this. We're going to be asking for this year.
Can you give them a just?
5.7 million. Is
Okay.
what we know that if we continue to.
So at least 6 million.
Yeah,
That's in your electric budget?
it is.
Okay, but if you want electric charging stations, we're gonna have to,
Right.
I learned that yesterday.
So we have that.
That's the sunshine one, right?
Yeah.
Where's it located?
He's going to be, he's on Astor Valley right now. The old one, the new one's gonna be up there north of the playground agreement.
Okay, thank you.
We also asked for continuous support for our customer service. I know people say, a lot of complaints in that area, but we're doing the best we can. They're short staffed too. We got a lot going on. That is one of the reasons that helped propel this AMI project to get launched quickly, because we were actually going to delay this project up because this will alleviate a lot of the stress happening. They'll be able to have all the information that they need, because we want to do all the estimates that are going on, because we just don't have the staff to go in the field.
Yeah.
So we just, like I said, understand we're working on it in the background. We hear the complaints, we're doing the best we can with that. We'd also like to point out the transformer issue. I know you guys have heard last year, the alarm of supply chain is going on with the transformers. It has not gone away. In fact, it's gotten a little bit worse. We are finding out that there's large companies in the green energy project actually going forefront in the purchase of these. And manufacturers are dealing directly with the green project now. So they don't care about how much it costs. They said, we'll pay anything to get it out here. Well, that pushes us way down because a lot of things that we can't secure. So we're fighting to get scrap sometimes. And A good one that just happened recently that Fran and I are aware of, we almost secured a large healthy supply of transformer three-phase. We almost had it. We had 14 big tanks that we were going to get. And she did a great job, record time cutting on a PO to try and secure these. And I'll drop the name, it's Gulf Petroleum. They're the ones who basically canceled an order. And they came back and they said, well, we realized how bad the situation is in the market. We want it back. And so we got in there, we tried to secure it, but money talks. It's what it comes down to. So, you know, we both did. Repeat what I said. But
You use bad language?
In electric terms. Huh?
But I mean, just realize we're trying our best to find a solution to this, to keep everything going. But we have finite supply of transformers that we can, you know, put out there. And we have to save for the ones that go bad on our system. We really can't put it out for new construction, which may be another element of the new construction, you know, the housing cost. Be developed, just we can't supply the transport. So we have to work with the contractors in this sense to say, you have to find your home, and then we'll work out a plan that will take it over and maintain it. And that's the only thing that's keeping the city afloat right now, is that agreement. So a lot of things going on, but you know, we're working on it. Just ask for your continued support, as you've already done. And data, I know it's a really taboo word. But that is 75% completed. We just need a little bit more to get the last quarter of that to be completed. Things have just come up. This has not been a simple switch. And basically what they want to do, once we did, it puts all of the things that our linemen and roll trucks to take care of for switching and all this information, and gathering information of all your system data for your loads, your line, your amp, all that stuff. It comes straight to my computer, and we can see it, and we can document and register all of it. And that is used basically to give out to engineers, or some of it we can do in-house, where we can actually plot from. We can see where we're at, where things are going. And it helps with our switching, which we are losing some experienced linemen as well. They're going to be retiring. And a lot of these guys, they did not have a good succession plan either. And so they don't know how to switch. Getting this online is detrimental because it allows staff who have some experience with it to be able to continue to do these lifeline switches where you guys don't have areas go black for no reason. You're like, oh, well, what happened? It's just manual switching done incorrectly. So this will help us to continue the transition of doing our maintenance, moving load without having to take full on blackout outage. So having this at our fingertips, and then continue to train the staff how to do it in the field, but use the equipment that's available to do so.
Questions on electric or comments?
Most I've ever heard Chuck talk ever. But really.
Was good.
He's a doer.
I know, he knows everything about electric. That's so overwhelming. Yeah, I'm glad we're getting SCADA. As long as you don't come to council one more time.
Tonight, SCADA's on the record. SCADA's on the agenda, so we got our SCADA prepped already. You know how important it is.
Yeah, he does.
Let's go to the other. We got Adrian, you're up.
Boy.
Solid waste side of things, kind of mirror what everybody's mentioning is that, you know, pay increases for staff. Lost another driver last week, went to the county for more money. So, you know, it is what it is. It's market these days. Also, we're at the point where we need to go to rate increases for solid waste as well. We're in the midst of this water rate increase still, but we do need to go for solid waste as well. It's been since 2012 since we had an increase in solid waste.
So 11 years ago then.
Right. Last year, I ordered a truck, $287,000. This year, it's 400. And it's a 2-year wait. On the water side of things, same thing. We need that rate increase. We can't do anything. Our hands are tied with no cash on hand. You guys know that our infrastructure issues we've got going on. Got $40 million in projects that need to be fixed or replaced. But no cash on hand. And no increase in our rates right now. Our budget right now barely covers our operation. That's it. That's kind of all I got. You guys know that. We've been talking about it. Nothing else we can do. Already stealing from projects that were funded previously that are still prior and that were important. We cover other immediate needs that have happened recently.
If I could just add to that, I mean, nobody can say more than that. I mean, it is what it is, but you do know that we're waiting to see what our capital outlay is from the state. And as soon as we get that, we have to get back to the table on the rate increase. So that's, or just as soon as we see what our capital is, that will help us certainly in putting it together, but we can't wait past July 1. They have to know.
And may I also add that Mike Peterke was down in Las Cruces a couple of weeks ago at the training. The wastewater staff around the state down 47% operators. What they've had to do in Las Cruces and El Paso is they took their wages and they bumped them all the way up to $30 just to get some. So that's what our staff here is seeing, and they're asking the same thing.
And you've heard me talk about this in the past. Last year it was 57, now it's 58. That is the average age of a wastewater plant operator. And folks think anybody off the street, you're working at the wastewater plant. No, there's operator licensing, training, prepare you for that. It isn't something that you can pick up. And the schools are really not preparing folks or getting folks to even think about that as a viable career, but it's a solid paying job. It's very technical. And you heard me say this a year ago, I don't know where the next generation of water and wastewater plant operators are. So you've got a lot of folks going to be retiring, a very small pool of folks, and looking at how do you train your own or train them so they can be prepared to work in these plants, because the plants aren't, just push a button. I had one city where an operator came on it was a class and comp study. Police and fire got fully funded and they gave nothing to the wastewater plant. And so one of the operators, unbeknownst to the director, showed up at a council meeting with his family. And he'd worked for the city 18 years. And he came and he says, it's really evident you don't think me as being very important here. But if I push a couple of buttons or not push a couple of buttons, you may learn real quickly how important. And one who has worked at a wastewater plant cleaning bar screens when I was a youth, it is very complex and people want to flush without fear. And they want to turn their water on. They want invisible service there. And we don't think about who pays, how we pay for that very precious commodity. In this area, go to West, I was in Midland, Texas, a week ago today, trying to get water rights right now. They're having different groups bidding on rancher water rights down in Fort Stockton area. And they're unbelievable. And it was ironic because many years ago when I first started working with Midland, they cut a deal with the Muscalera Apache Indians in Ruidoso, and built a pipeline from New Mexico to Midland to take your water to Midland. And that's what's being supplied them. And that's for the next 25 years. They're pretty good shape there. But beyond that, with any type of growth, who knows? So there's a supply issue on the water side, as you all know. But that operator, there's a scarcity there. I don't think I overstated it, Adrian, but jump in and comment on what I just said is.
Oh, you're right.
But keep in mind, increasing the salaries involves increasing the rates. It's just math.
Didn't want to get you too depressed on that one. What was that? I think you're right.
I'm voting to have the election in November. Because then that means my term's over December 31st.
No, I think it'd be a very appropriate, but this area, any utility today is really, really struggling with trying to find folks and they're not trained out there. And that's a real sad story right now. Let's take a quick 5-minute break. Let's go. Yeah, get a sugar.
Sugar.
I'm abandoning ship, sorry.
Yeah, yeah. Coffee.
They're going to behavioral health.
Did you get enough caffeine?
Fran was here and then. Yours died?
It died.
Just gonna have to talk really loud.
Yep.
Okay. Fees over 800,000 state family every year. Given the portion of tax that we get for the collective portion. And in the law, it states that the biggest of the cost with the NCI would receive the majority of the funding. But yet we go at it every year and it's unsettling.
That is it.
That's big ass.
Go.
That new 25 cents. Of green trail tax.
It was tabled in the,
It was
tax
completely
committee,
tabled.
but that's it. On my 5.1%. The alcohol. Huge effect on the. Hopefully that will get. There are, parallel bills on the Senate, which I think was the be heard today, the other one, I don't know when it's gonna be. But I guess. But that's not.
I was just gonna say, but that's not our,
No, yeah.
wouldn't that be a pot that go into a pot that would be competitive with grants?
Yeah. I think it would-
Have to apply for it.
Yeah.
The issue is the local liquor excise tax.
Yeah.
Is about 1.2, 1.3 a year, and we argue with the county over it every year over the last couple of years. But they have access to state liquor excise tax, is what she was talking about, that we don't. And so-
Our bills will service by Medicaid, so there's no other funding. That's the other thing for us. Like we have now. It's really a hard reduction, keep people alive long enough. So they. So we can.
Sorry for this maybe stupid question. How, so because it's the state saying the largest detox, which is saying NCI, but the county's still receiving the larger portion?
No,
Oh, no, sorry, got that wrong.
the city and the. APA, so we can agreement.
Right, okay.
Even if, we see it and they have to disagree. And nobody's trying to APA and we're left running the bill. So if we were to do a declaratory judgment, the court would decide that and we would have it in writing.
Oh.
And it would be an issue every year.
And what that is a court decision on interpreting the law as to what it really means, although it is very clear.
I see.
And the
We've
statute,
been at impasse the last couple of years, and you know that we're at impasse before the first of the year. So then you have to allocate the 835,000 out of our general fund. And then we end up working it out over the next couple of months. And we can't continue that way. There's got to be a solution. If the county has access to money that we don't, then there just has to be a way to get this, to make this clear. If the detox center closes, and maybe I can just let Aaron answer that question. What happens?
So our hospital, as you know, is already bombarded with services to the general public for any ailments that they have. But a lot of what will happen is we don't have a facility to take them to because, as you know, detox Four Corners recovery is all volunteer. I can't mandate them to go there. They have to be willing to walk in there. those individuals will be bombarded into that can't take care of themselves into our IHS or RMCH. And as you know, we did have a hint of this happen during COVID, and it was very alarming for all of our departments to see a lot of that transition going to the hospital. We were not going to be able to take anyone in for shelter, and people utilize the shelter quite often. 5 o'clock, they're already walking toward NCI, knowing it could be bad weather, and they're checking in. That's not going to be able to be an option there, and it's just really going to task all of our resources. I think that we, even at Lexington, trying to get people in there, it's full, and I think our services is just going to be, it's going to be very difficult for our population here that come to Gallup and those who are local also to be seeing that. Our homeless camps, when you look at it, during the winter, where you probably see the billing coming in from code enforcement to clean up these campsites, they're just getting, first they were at a small group, and now these are being like apartment sizes that are being built. And when we go into cleaning up, of course, it's a lot. So it's going to affect a lot if that does happen. And we really don't want that to happen. I think one of the grants that we're looking at does pay for one of our PSO positions. And now I'm keeping that a hold back to fill that position because that funding might not even be there for that PSO position. But Gallup is unique, and I do share this with other chiefs of police around the state, and it's not an issue, but for us it is, and it's a priority for us. And it's just a unique area that we do have.
And I would like to elaborate on that. When I first came into office, when I decided to run for office was when the 13th individual died of exposure, and it was only February. And I said, what is wrong with this city that this is happening? I lived in a Gallup when I was a young child, and I can remember walking down the streets of Gallup and walking over passed out people. There was no detox, so I know what it was like before. And if we jeopardize our funding to have detox and don't have this harm reduction initiative, we will see that again. And we will see a major exodus from this community of the hardworking people because they will not want to live here anymore. So it's a high priority for me to see this continue on. And if anybody hasn't been there, schedule a tour of Gallup Detox, because you will see what that all entails. And you can only try, you sober up people one person at a time. We cannot expect for it to happen overnight. It's a very long process, but we're there to offer harm reduction, and it's critical. And I would be willing to go anywhere to say that. Thank you.
No, it's an issue that we've talked about not almost every year about the whole, how do you fund it? And how it is a critical need in this community. And if it goes away, the impact is going to have on everything, your jails, the police calls for service, the hospital, but then you're also talking about folks coming here and looking at what quality of life here, because it really is a quality of life. Do I want to live in a community? And you say, there's other options, and they leave or leave to go to school, and then they don't come back. So the impacts go beyond just, you okay, Linda? We didn't mean to choke you up.
We should tell our little kids, Annie's up.
Comments from others? And there is a solution to it, and you're trying to get it resolved, right? Through this declaratory judgment.
Well, that's Deborah's idea. I hadn't thought about it because we talked about this a while ago with Curtis. And because we were tired of these impasses and just get a judge to decide to interpret the law, and there you go. But then the county has come through after a couple months and resolved it, so it didn't become an issue. But she's brought it up the other day and I said, well, put it out there because we can't do this every year.
Where does that go? I mean, I just am not familiar with the declaratory judgment, what the courts decide. I mean, how does that happen or where do they, what court decides
I'm
that?
trying, didn't we do that for the community
District
service
court.
aids issue? When Chief Hart sued the city?
Yeah.
The district court.
Yes, yeah, in district court. We actually, he said that PSOs weren't qualified peace officers to transport people to detox. And he challenged the law and George Kozlowski filed for a declaratory judgment and got the district court to say, oh, yes, they can.
And they are now.
And then we actually went up and clarified the state law after that, just to make it even clearer.
But I would amend the LEC law state with my citizens, will stay in the city and will stay in the county. But I think this is more and easier.
So we'll be having a meeting with the county again, usually April, May, to set the budget for next year. And I think she just wanted to bring this up to see, are we ready to do that if we don't get a solution? And they are going to get more money from the state this year. And I realize they need it for Four Corners. They need it for, it's all part of a big continuum. You need medical detox, you need voluntary treatment, you need long-term treatment. I mean, all these things we need. But this harm reduction is the first stage. If they don't live for another day to seek that treatment, it changes everything in our community. So, but hopefully they'll get additional money from the state. We won't have to do this, but we need to know that you're willing to do this stuff, take this step.
Was that helpful?
Yeah.
Any other comments? Aaron, do you have any comments, further ones from the police perspective on this?
I also wanted to point out, I know that one of the services is gonna be the fire department is also gonna be tasked with that, with transporting.
I
along
forgot
with our ambulatory,
Sure, you want to,
Right now, even in a controlled setting, we're taxed with going out and, you know, checking on these individuals out on, you know, on the street for medical. But if that did go away, trying to get an ambulance or trying to call 911, we would be almost 100%. We would be busy just with these type of calls. And again, it would backlog everything. All the hospitals would be backed up because there would be really no other place to take our intoxicated to a safe place, and the hospitals would be backed up. So everyday residents that are having, you know, medical emergencies, heart attacks, stroke, all that kind of those type of issues would be pushed back. And unfortunately, you know, people are probably, well, I'm not gonna say it, but I mean, it's gonna push back a lot of the need for medical. For all of
basically
us.
impact emergency medical service.
Right.
Period.
the other thing I wanted to add was also that, Counselor Palachek talked about our numbers back in the day about how many exposures we had, and we actually made national news on that. But we've come a long way in that. I think our
Yeah.
PSO program has really taken huge steps into combating that. And, you know, for 2022, we do have the definition of an open field death. So outside of a building, so it could have been someone walked out, had a heart attack, that goes under medical. But when you look at the amount of numbers for exposure, hypothermia, we had one last year, which was great.
Yeah.
And I mean, we're doing what we can. We have open field patrol where we're going into the areas where you cannot see to look for individuals who are probably went to go hide and passed out, and we're able to save those lives. But that's just something that I wanted to add in that.
Yes.
No, this is good.
They end up calling the PSOs. We have different programs that bring in people from outside of the county. Let's see, all various kinds of.
And since you have the floor, do you want to mention where we are with the PARD grant? Because the liquor excise tax is just the basic services. But this preventing alcohol related deaths grant from IHS, the federal government, has enabled us to do an at-risk medical unit at detox where people are monitored who look like they might have a medical issue. We now have a pharmacy, a licensed pharmacy that provides their medication. We have transportation. We have counseling. We have all kinds of enhanced services food, a kitchen, people are hired to actually cook there. And so it's become a much, much better environment. That money goes away February 28th, and Deborah and I.
That's today.
Yeah, actually, that's why it's on your agenda tonight. And so if you want to just mention what you've been hearing from the federal government. We have a meeting tomorrow at 4:15, so Deborah and I are going to leave to go take a phone call from Washington.
So what we know that the funding. I think it's kind of different. But, we got a call today saying that they're looking for funds within the next year to see if they can help sustain our services. We are gonna have to cut back into that additional funding.
Yeah.
If within the next first week, they're gonna look at, different ways of funding, maintain it.
Okay. Matt, you want to bring us positive news over here?
Yeah, he's the one.
I figure we need.
Yeah.
The last two, water and this, and then we'll talk happy.
Hopefully happy. Thank you. Mayor Council, good to see you today. Appreciate it. I think the last couple of days we've heard, actually, before that, especially in these meetings, we've heard people talking about how the community doesn't understand what we're doing, appreciate what we're doing, and they're misunderstanding a lot of what we're doing in terms of social streets and different issues we have going on. So, the thing I'd like to put on Mayor Council, on your ear and your agenda, hopefully, is to think about that citywide. I have lots of ideas. The simple things we could be doing that I don't doing, so getting messages out continuously, press releases, different forms of media, so all that kind of stuff. I know social media tends to focus on the negative aspects of it. We are city government, we're closest to the people out of all the other kind of folks that are out there. So we're always going to be getting that. We're always going to be getting complaints. I think if we focus on that, it's going to limit what we're going to do. We're always going to get the negativity. It's going to be there. We don't have to necessarily respond to it. Be there. But if we can overcome that with more positivity, that will outweigh it. I've seen it before. I've worked on many different issues, bond elections, different things like cities, projects, cities, counties are promoting, all those sorts of things with success. So I think we can actually address this. It's going to take a little bit of a change in, I think, how we all look at ourselves, work, and be a little more comfortable being out there. But it will pay dividends down the road. Really committed to that. That if we get more positive news out there, it will be better for everybody down the road. People are going to be happier. They're going to be more likely to support what we're doing in the future. When it does come around, we have this kind of election on. Be more interested in supporting what we're doing. So, releases pictures like earlier, even just something as simple as putting a picture of a crew working on Facebook, saying these people just did a 14, 15-hour day. We appreciate their hard work. That is really going to go a long way. We see the whole community when we're in the grocery stores, when we're shopping all over the place. They may or may not know that we work in the city and that you're working really hard for them. I think it's going to make an impression. People start seeing, hey, that's my neighbor. There's my friend. There's somebody I see at church, in the newspaper, on social media, doing their jobs, doing it well. We all know you're everywhere. That would be. That's also going to have outside. Because when you Google Gallup, very interesting stuff. Right. But if we can keep positivity out there, telling the truth of what's actually going on, that can get in there too, and start getting higher up on that. That is one of my big things that I really, really hope that Aaron constantly like help forward. That part of the city and public cares. It is important, elected a lot of times, but it really can be. The second thing, I really want to explore ways that tourism and marketing can help support parks. Our meeting yesterday, state have pretty good language in place to support what they're doing for outdoor recreation, even specific support system. I can hear more information, happy to answer questions and work together with the government. But I think there's a lot of opportunity there. Obviously, they have I-40, thousands and thousands of people pass through every day. Why can't we host more tournaments? Get more people here playing sports, get more outdoor activity, all those kind of things, which we do have some of already. But I feel like we have so many good assets here. We can improve upon, build on a little bit, and then maybe more. Those are my two. Thank you.
One of the things, I'm going to reinforce what Matt just said. Cities on communication get in the past have really, if you look at your population, and most of you have seen me do this, it's a normal curve. There's 20% that are going to be against everything you do. They're negative, cynical.
It was on Facebook.
And they love Facebook, but they lie sometimes.
Oh, they like.
Put out disinformation.
Yeah.
And then there's 20% that are engaged, they're civically involved. You know, many of those are your friends. Those two groups do not get along. And if this group only hears this group, they start to get questions in their own mind. There's 10% that lean negative and 10%. You're going, man, that's bad math. 40% have no clue of who you are, what your services are. The real challenge is don't be dominated by that hardcore 5. You got to reach out to the 80 with positive stories, talking about the value you're adding to their lives, and reach it in a way that has meaning to them. Not just, oh, it's how's your life been impacted? How's your family, your kids? Then I'm going to pay attention to it. So most of the cities I work with are very proactive. They tend to be tactical response. I urge council members not to respond on social media.
Amen.
Let the institution respond to disinformation. The institution, and as Matt said, the world out here, there's an anti-government environment today, but you can break through it. I've had cities go through bond issues last November with 70 and 80% support because of the proactive communication reaching the 80. There's two ways folks are getting information today. One, social media. The second is word of mouth. And it's how do you break into that word of mouth cycle? And so that one there, you'll see it as an action. Several of you talked to me about it in your interviews. Proactive city communications and marketing, getting the word of the look at what's in 4. There's a hell of a good story there. And it's not passive. It's got to be proactive. I'll get off my high horse, but I feel very passionate about it because it impacts folks' view of government, of you, and of your staff. Because your staff sees this and they can get real depressed. You can get depressed because some of your friends are going, why in the hell are you on council? They think you nuts too. So sorry to wade in on you that hard, Matt, but it's one I think that it's got to be a multi-pronged approach with the institution responding on that social media out there. Because once you respond on social media, you lose control of how it's going to be utilized and the accuracy of the information. So now, Council, Mayor and Council, do you have any comments on Matt's comments?
No.
Thank you, Matt. That was well done. Vince.
Yeah, Mayor, I don't need to tell you about my challenges. Thank you for listening to me a couple of weeks ago. I had your ear for about an hour and 15, an hour and 20 minutes. So when I listened to the mayor and council's 5 years and all the live parks and rec were mentioned. And I understand being born and raised here in Gallup, I understand the needs of Gallup. And what you guys did talk about, I know our question. Very good. We don't have a city, we don't have that stuff. Checked it. But, as far as what I wanna do, what we need to do this year. I only need $5.5 million. We need to get our field served. And hopefully get that fourth field, that sports complex right. We need to get these playgrounds upgraded. I appreciate Councilor Garcia and Councilor Piano on their 1 year. And Councilor Garcia comment on it. We're working on it every year. We need about $300,000 per annum. Just to get these parks up to speed and things like that. Just to fix the needs, we're not even gonna address the nice to have. The other thing I wish I didn't always spread gloom. I'm not gonna talk about how short-handed we are or anything like that. Because we've been talking about it for years. But, we have another issue. West Side Cemetery, because in Parks and Recreation, we take care of the living and the dead. The land purchase that the council so graciously approved, the $425,000 last year to purchase, fell through. That is no longer on the table. It's unfortunate. So now that puts us back behind the 8 ball. Now we're gonna have to scramble. We're gonna have to either find new property someplace else. We'll find a way to. Have this landowner change his mind. Because if we have to relocate to someplace else. $425,000 that the asking price was just through conversation. Is a drop in the bucket compared to what it's gonna cost now. It's gonna be $1.5 million. Easy. Prime property. Then we're gonna have to see if I still call them Raleighs, I don't know who they are. If they're gonna be willing to mobilize their people to move to another cemetery, complete new location where they could have drove right there next to Sunset and didn't terminus like they're doing right now. Or is the city gonna want to hire full-time employees to do nothing but internment? So we got a big issue, and I'm really worried.
Vince, could you just elaborate as to why that fell through?
Yeah. One of them, like I say, the asking price is $425, just through conversation.
Right.
Unfortunately, the appraisal price came in at $220,000. The landowner was under the assumption that he had 11 acres to sell. It was actually 8.6, 8.7, something like that, because years back, he went and got it platted. It's adjacent to a trader court. So there's easements and stuff, and he had 8+ acres to sell. So that, of course, affected the amount it was worth, right? But anyway, all I can say, Mayor and Council, I don't know what we're gonna do next. I've been.
So let me just clarify. So he wouldn't take the appraised value.
No, ma'am.
Does he refuse to sell at the price that he told you initially?
Ma'am, all I know is that we had talked about offering something besides what the appraisal price was. I'm not sure what was offered to him. All I know is I get an email saying that it's no longer for sale.
And who handled that?
That went through Bob Roosevelt.
Let me follow up on that.
The other thing, Vince, you said you've got 3, right? 3 years left there.
Yes.
So it's not like there's a large horizon on this, right?
Well, go ahead.
Well, I've wondered this for a long time, and I know why, but I'm gonna throw it out there. Why are we in the cemetery business? Why don't we just finish that? Just, once they're full, it's full, and you can come and visit, but we're not gonna intern anymore. And then send them to Raleigh, send them to Cope, because you know what? We shouldn't be in the cemetery business. I don't think. I honestly, it's costing the city way too much money. And we're providing a service that is, all they do is complain. Again, here we go with the complaints. We can't do enough, but you know what? The mortuaries and all of them are in the cemetery business. The city has no business being in the cemetery business. Let's finish our 3 years and we'll maintain it, but that's it. We don't bury any more people, let them go to the cemetery. I mean, the mortuary to.
It's looking at what are the core services of the city.
I mean, because we are gonna have to make some hard choices. Do you want rec or do you want a cemetery?
Yeah.
Because honestly, are we gonna continue to serve the deceased or the living? Because we're gonna have to make some hard choices here. And to me, it's in my district, but I say finish off with the property you have and let's end it. Because that's one less thing that you guys, you'll still have to maintain, but that's it. Because we're being ridiculous at this point. We cannot continue to operate we operate cemeteries, we operate even a rec center that we make people pay to use. I mean, to me, none of that makes sense. That's just something we can no longer afford to do. And I'm just throwing it out there.
You know, and I appreciate what Council Paul said, respectfully, I do. I don't know if it's written anywhere in stone where a city's obligated to have a cemetery. I don't. Me personally, I think, you know, it is an obligation of the city to have some place to bury our people. The other thing that we're not talking about is say Hillcrest Cemetery. Hillcrest Cemetery, we do interments there, the Parks Department. Right? Well, that's gonna happen probably the next 50, 60 years. That's not gonna go away unless somewhere down the line, we can go and somebody does another contract or write something up. Because we have a part of the cemetery that we built that we're doing interments today, tomorrow, 50 years from now. There's still properties and plots there that people own that are gonna one day pass away and they're gonna want to be buried in the plot. So it's not gonna really go away as far as Hillcrest. Westside Cemetery is probably a different story. That contract for Westside Cemetery was done in November of 1982. But anyway, you want to bring it out there, we are in a bind now. I hope that place never fills up, but it's getting close to being full. The other couple of things that I'd like the council to think about.
Mayor, do you have a comment on the cemetery?
I just said, nobody's gonna stop dying. I mean, that's. And I would imagine most cemeteries throughout the United States are run by cities. Because I mean, even the one we have, Sunset, Raleigh's would love to give it to the city. They'd love to give it to us because there's not a profit in cemeteries.
So we're just.
It's one of those issues.
The perpetual care costs are significant. That is what kills you, is the perpetual care. And a lot of cities over the last 50 years have been forced into the business because there's no other option in town, because the cemetery is going to close. And particularly if you go into the South, you've got some cemeteries there that go back 150, 200 years pre-Civil War. And that is, most of those now are operated by the city. So.
Some are historic sites.
Yep.
Actually. Right.
Other comments from the council on cemeteries, and before I throw it back to Vince?
I would say I gotta agree with that with Polachek. I don't understand all the ins and outs, and I want obviously people to have their loved ones buried properly. I do want that, but it does seem like a very added cost, and I never understood why we were in the business of maintaining cemeteries either. That seems so odd to me that a city would do that, but I guess I didn't realize that was a common thing for cities to do, but it seems like if we're
They struggle with it, Sarah.
Yeah, it just seems like we need to run our city as a business. Like if you're a businessman, you know, our mayor has businesses, you're gonna want to have net profit. And, you know, we're not a charity, we're the city and we do want to help people, but at the same time, we can't just be in the businesses of having all these things that are losing money, you know, cemeteries, quality of life things like golf course. I mean, I think those things aren't that important, right? But it's like we have all these things that we're utilizing, spaces that we give away and we're losing money on so many of them. To me, it's like, that's part of our money problem is that we're not operating like a functional business. If you were a businessman or woman, you would be making sure that, but, and that's not the fault of it, finance or anybody, it's just the facts, right? That we have so many seemingly departments and things that we're taking on as a city that aren't producing income, they're producing debt.
Well, good. Hold on, Vince, give me 2 minutes. I want to just refresh you, go back to section 2, page 3.
Sorry, Vince, I wasn't against you either.
No, I was gonna get here sometime during the day. This is a very appropriate time.
Section
Fran focused it. It's on section 2, page 3. There's a house. The question is, how big of a house do you want? And how big of a house can we afford? The first floor are services that you have no choice. You've got to be in those business. They're very few. You don't need to be in the fire business. You don't need to be in the police business.
Oh, we do.
Well,
Yeah, so you say, yes, you do. So they are core businesses by our choice as the board of directors. But if you went to Knoxville, Tennessee, there's no public agency that fights fire. You contract with rural metro, and if you don't contract, they don't serve you. And it's a private company. This is where the University of Tennessee is. It's a big, huge area. Rural metro does it. I'm not proclaiming that video. And if you go on YouTube or others, you'll show a fire at Christmas. They roll. Red screen comes up, non-subscriber. They squirt on both sides and let it burn all the way to the ground.
Well,
That
we
was happened
want
4
fire
years
to
ago.
stay where they're at. Fire and police are critical.
No, but you make a choice that that's one of our core businesses. Then you get into, which is just as important today, is the quality of life. That is that's serving the needs of your community. You look at your community, behavioral health is a quality of life issue. It's not an add-on.
Right.
If you look at the recreation programs, their quality of life, what's going to help economic development? Quality of life. But then there are where others have come to you and say, you take it over.
Yeah.
That is the community add-on. If the roof gets too big, what happens? Your house crashes. And for many years, we have forgot that little foundation down there. If we don't invest in that foundation, we won't be able to provide. And that is your infrastructure, your finances, the HR, it's technology today as well. It's the equipment. That foundation, if it cracks, you're not going to provide quality of services. And so my point is, as you get into the discussion on cemetery, think about where does that fall in the house? And you did a great job, Fran, framing it around where does that fit? It may be on the edge of the roof. And it may be weighting us down, hampering us to either take care of our foundation or provide basic services. If you notice, the first 3 floors are not like this. It's like this. It's saying all 3 of those are important as core mission of the city. So I just wanted to take that brief diversion. Hopefully that made sense, but it's a way of couching and framing. Where do we go with cemeteries? Does that make sense?
Yes.
So file that and think about where does that fit in? If it's on the roof, what are the costs in terms of impact on quality of life to our foundation? So, and
Poor Vince.
I just, the others had seen this before. I don't think you had, Sarah. So hopefully that's a helpful, it's simplistic analogy, but as a business, those are the questions you ask. All right, Vince, back on to you. Sorry about that minor segue.
Like they said, it's, The Parks Department has only started doing, has only been doing it since 2007, that's when I retired. I can't explain to you why it happened, I wasn't in the room. I don't know if we've been doing this, they did it since 2007, we've been doing this since I got back. Cemeteries have always been under the Parks umbrella. That was to maintain, cut weed, do whatever it was, that was Hillcrest Cemetery, West Side Cemetery. And, but either way, it is, to me, it is quality of life. But the other thing I like the mayor and council to think of in this upcoming year, the direction regarding most patriotic designation as a priority and maintaining and replacing banners as needed. Right down 66, you, especially I'm gonna address it, the council project, because one, mainly because she's a veteran.
Thank you.
And, well, we all know what a flag means, you know, but when we fly a banner out there that looks the way some of our banners look, it's embarrassing.
It is.
And if we're gonna go and we're gonna proclaim being the most patriotic small town, we either do it right or we don't do it. That's gonna cost money, recurring money every year. I'm not so much worried about the time, the man hours, you know, when we come to work, doesn't matter about that, we just need to do it right. There's other options out there. Talked about it yesterday, I don't know, maybe we wanna go and maybe put billboards on all 4 gateways of the city coming in, not worry about the banners. As you all know, we had the little 4x8 signs out there in all 4 gateways that haven't been revamped since we got this designation. But I just, you know, I really would like some direction, hopefully we can get some. Want to do it, want to put them in every 4th pole, want to put them every 5th pole. That's what we're gonna do, keeping in mind Christmas decorations that we gotta put up annually, keeping in mind what's gonna happen with the Route 66. These are just all issues that are coming. The other thing I'd like the mayor and council to think about is, I've had a conversation with Ken Reese, you all know Ken Reese, he was very good friends with Mr. Hersheymeyer Mira. And, supposedly he's approached Senator Monroe talking about, building a new memorial for Mr. Meyer. I heard, yes, somebody mentioned yesterday that maybe somebody had mentioned putting something over there at the existing. You know, and to me, with all due respect, I say that is the wrong place. The traffic, you'll get run over, you can't even stop and look at that. I would recommend, right? The standalone memorial for Mr. Meyer, where you can get off your vehicle, take pictures, read about him, whatever, and then the big flag is right behind it. Right, is right behind this memorial.
That sounds good.
And the other thing I'd like the mayor and council to think about is the placement of permanent barricades on 5 intersections on the parade route. Yesterday we had some discussion. Not all staff agrees with me, and that's okay. But I think it's worth a try. And I'm talking about putting barricades on 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th Street. Those are not your heavier arterials. We'd have to still man 3rd, 2nd, and 1st Street. But I'm thinking it's worth a try. You weigh that out, what it's gonna be, what initial cost to put those barricades versus what it costs for man hours throughout the parade season. I think it's worth a try, and if I'm wrong, well, we wasted money other ways.
So when you say permanent barricades, would they always be closed?
No, ma'am, there'll be, my thought is I don't know if you've been like by the Aquatic Center lately, the wellness, made some beautiful gates.
Oh,
Now, of course, I know we have a deal, we have to worry about so much sidewalk access, you have to have things like that. But you would open them, you close them during the event. And I have a picture in my mind. Robert, he can understand where I'm coming from. I can draw him a picture real quick from what I'm thinking. I think it's worth a try. And I'm hoping that would eliminate some of the issues with parades and staffing. Because it's to the point that it's getting too much.
Yeah, and I think the key on like that one is, we're not gonna solve that today, but to do some research, look at best practices, what's worked in others, find out the techniques and come back to you with options saying, hey, here's some choices here. But the real focus is on safety on those parade routes is what I heard from Vince yesterday, because that impacts tourism and the quality of life. So I thought all of the ones that he just brought up are in the plan for your consideration tomorrow under goal 4 as quality of life. The other part of it was, and he alluded to it, you've got coming up in a couple of years, a lot of folks likely to come through here on the 100th anniversary of Route 66. And you build a real, if you do banners, one that maybe blends the most patriotic and the other, and you may alternate them. And we also talked about it isn't some cartoon bird.
I think that was Matt's comment.
We actually have mock-up banners, but very cartoony, and they're very strong on the red, white. Doesn't necessarily match. So there's a couple, someone say Route 66 with shield, one that kind of has like bird. So I personally don't like them, but I don't know what the process is that those need to be reviewed or approved, or if we should go in a different direction. It would be also helpful to get some guidance on that also.
But just wanted to mention that Route 66 is a huge tourism attraction, not only from the United States, but from Europe. And this 100th centennial celebration is a real good opportunity. And we can use tourism dollars to fund these. So I think if there's some way we can blend those together, that would be great. So we'd love you to get your input on that.
No, Vince, you did a great job on focusing. Do you have any final comments, Vince?
Oh, thank you.
You did great on it.
Okay,
But these are all quality of life things that are potential this year. These are realistic ones and can have fairly immediate impacts on the community. So thank you, that was well done. Let's go to facilities and fleet.
Well, council, first thing I'll address is fleet side. Basically, together to do a citywide GPS program. I'd like to roll out things to utilities, electric, water, wastewater, or you can't handle that with the road department. They're kind of a pilot project for us. I think it's turned out really well. Track vehicle speed, where they're located. They're located there. We actually just the other day got a complaint. We're able to go on and find that, hey, it was not one of our units, and find out they Navajo Nation unit. Really helpful to say, hey, you guys are doing X, but we weren't, we were just kind of hanging out at home. So that's nice to say. That's nice. But got a quote or two and have 176 general fund units. Now, of those 176, only 74 of them are not fully depreciated. After 5 years, the units are depreciated. So we've got two separate quotes. It's around $16 per unit. Okay. But we're getting some funding. If we did just the ones that are not fully depreciated, we'd be looking at somewhere around $14,000 a year. If we did all 174 units, it would be about 30,000. That's something I'd like you guys to consider. You know, you talked about, Alchek talked about, hey, we need to get some help with traffic enforcement. Well, we can kind of be the people to say, hey, well, we're doing it the right way. We've got GPS, we see that our people are not speeding. We can kind of combat that on our side. Also, you know, there's this thing going out with electric vehicles. In the vehicle shop, we're going to have to be trained up. For that, our mechanics are training that. I'd also like to look into, because it's coming. They should sit around the fleet side. As far as the facilities go, I'd like to discuss the use and or sale of city-owned facilities. We realize we're building new. Good example, police station. Not been a good place to put the police station. Building a new police station, but at the same time, we get it demolished and tear down the old one. It's not gonna happen so much with the senior center. Funding. Senior center will go up and we will have to build. So ensure that. Utility costs. We have plenty of buildings throughout the city that are not being occupied.
Do we have a list of those?
Yeah.
I can get you.
We need one, yeah.
We're almost close to 70 facilities, right?
Oh my God, sell.
Whether that be water side, general fund buildings, Maxwell. I know Alpine was brought up and that could be a touchy subject, but we mentioned yesterday, we discussed this, moving to Parkson. Right now they're in 4 different locations. Joe Vargas Memorial Complex over there, got the Maxwell Station, gonna have the middle lot in between Maxwell and Alpine. We said, hey, not being used, it's kind of sitting there. I'll move parts in there and allow them that space. Consolidation will work. Accountability, utilities, because whether or not we are in these buildings, we still have to keep the deal. Can't have frozen pipes, can't have water being called out to deal with those issues. So at some point, I'm actually working this coming year, put an entire assessment together. Verify this, we can possibly come to you guys a good picture as to what the city look like and cost of those.
It would be an inventory and an assessment then both.
So hopefully I can bring that big picture to you guys and kind of let you know what we see on the facility side. I know we're pretty quiet over here. We just kind of fiddle around and help out where we can, but it's coming costly. I'm sure Patty can attest that there's a lot of money coming through that may not need to be spent. That's something I really like to do. Sale or use of city facilities. Another thing to get rid of, and then we have people manage them. But we also pay those people to manage them. So.
Questions?
That's an idea ever to save money. So far. That's so many buildings. It's like, we're like Councilor Pelichick said, why are we in the cemetery business? Like, why are we in the land development? Why are we in the real estate business? It appears
Right.
70+ buildings.
Well, it's got stepped on. Very against that, so I hear it.
It's gonna be, that'd be a hard one to sell.
Which one?
The old packing plant on the west side. There's all kinds of problems with that property.
Not really. Let's say, wow, one, I could give you one.
Yeah.
The city purchased that as a business incubator, I don't know how many years ago, 15 years ago or so. Never took off. That used to be the old Kachina packing plant, which was a slaughterhouse. The site's highly contaminated with chemicals. It's gonna take a lot of money to clean it up. Every bit of copper has been ripped out of that building from transients getting in there and selling the copper. So there's no, it's a useless building. And it's an eyesore and it's a traffic nuisance. It's a pain, it's a hazard.
Nobody will buy it because it's contaminated.
Yeah. So it meets all the check marks of why we shouldn't have it, plus more. But it's all concrete. So in order to tear that thing down, you're looking a couple million.
Yeah.
Is there anything?
Isn't there some chemical tanks there as well?
There weren't underground tanks. They were actually dipped in dumping the chemicals in open pit. So that's why the ground's contaminated. We did brownfields on it. We did a phase 1. That's where we discovered all the contamination. So it was like after that, it's like, ooh. But yeah, that's one of our.
But that's I mean, we actually got a grant for that, and every now and then, every now and then USDA, I think it was a USDA grant, actually remembers
Yeah,
and then
USDA
calls us and
grant.
says, by the way, what's happening to that incubator that we funded you for? And then every couple of years, the city attorney puts them off and then they forget it and staff changes. But let that be a lesson to the city that that was a terrible place for a business incubator. Those decisions have ramifications for decades. And so when we look at doing something new and buying another building, it's time to say no.
Yeah.
You got a good suggestion? That's good. Repurpose that as the cemetery.
Isn't it
I think we move on that one.
Yeah, I don't think we can turn dirt on that one.
Any other questions on fleet or facility? Linda?
Isn't that an environmental hazard and can we get help with it from federal, state, somebody to?
The only thing, and the mayor brought it up, is the only thing that I can think of is that if there was some industrial development that wanted to come in and locate there, the city would probably have to front the cost for cleanup. And
The cheapest, well, we don't even know if it's possible, but the suggestion was made to cap it with concrete lid. You just, that's it, it's done. Kind of like Chernobyl, where you just leave it alone and
I think that's a perfect opportunity for a public and private
yes, no,
partnership.
I would agree.
We'll give them the land and give them the building. They repurpose it for whatever they want to do. And we will. Yeah.
Listen.
And we will thank them for taking it off our.
We would love that. If
Yeah.
somebody would take it, we
It's
have to
either-
disclose anything
yeah.
that's wrong with it.
Well, we'll disclose, but.
Yeah, but we've tried, we had a couple of people looking at it, but it's gonna take a public-private partnership. There's no question about that.
They donated to somebody?
Yeah.
Any others? Police. Aaron?
So, Mayor, I just want you guys to know that, as far as major challenges, I heard a lot of it and a lot, what relates to a lot of the 10 that I put on my list here. 4 of them are related to officer burnout, and others related to us disbanding the narcotics division and also our SET team, manpower shortages as far as our shifts being operated with minimal staffing. But when it comes back to that, I know we did do a comp study as far as our salary. I'm really looking forward to that. I think our police union contracts will have to next or
Tomorrow.
So I think that's something that major challenges as far as keeping those officers who are here from leading to other departments. I think with the retention grant that we got, and then hiring bonus, so far we've only hired 1 right now. We're looking at 1 more. So that's 2 bonuses that we'll be using. And when you look at that, kind of holding the retention of our officers, it's actually okay. It's subtle right now, but when that money goes away, it's going to be an issue again. And as you know, that money is depleted next year. The second year is going to go half, and then the last year is going to be like minimal. Not used to the point we're at right now. But I just want to let you guys know that's on top of our radar as far as our command staff and our department of getting those pay looked at. When you come and look at that as far as pay, you're also looking at our housing. Housing here in Gallup is very limited, and we do have quite a few officers who travel on in Gallup to work. And I put that on there, but I'm really wanting to having to know our issues also as far as housing for full officers. I think that would be something that we could also work on. And it's not just a problem with getting people here. It's a problem with getting local staff to be here. And then when it comes to that, I also wanted to bring out that when you look at them, I think we talked about 1 year out, 5 years out, and what major problems that you guys are seeing. I think we looked at our feeders, and we also look at the narcotics division. I think those are 2. And I'm going to put the SET team into that narcotics because the SET team really did a lot of the proactive stuff. Right now, we're just reacting. And we really want to move our department to being able to combat these before they become a problem, instead of trying to find solutions to fix it after the fact. But I think what we've been doing is trying to work and see if we can create kind of that task force that we had already talked about. We set a meeting up on Friday with the FBI, the Sheriff's Department, and the State Police, and all of them are tasked with limited staffing. So what we did agree was that this is a problem. So what we're working on is having at least, we can have 1 person from each agency. That's 5, at least can work together and see if we can kind of look at these issues around here. So we do see that as a problem, and that's what we're trying to work on. But once I get up to staffing, that's gonna be one of our priorities to put that back in there. As you know, we did have 3 narcotic agents who went back to patrol. And they are very great at their job of going out there doing hand-to-hand buys and really taking care of a lot of the complaints that came on in. But what we're gonna do is also that part is offering them some overtime to come in on their days off. Our problem there at Fort Canyon. As you know, we had a homicide there of a juvenile, and we're looking at, trying to figure out how we can do it. I have a great department where they're really wanting to come out and help. And, we talked about walking up Fort Canyon and we convinced about, hey, some ideas, let's get some cameras here, let's do this. And we suggested to Vince that we'll have one of our supervisors every night walk those gates. He's like, no, you guys are too busy. And I said, well, no, we're gonna try to help out the parks problem. It's all our problem. Those little tasks there, but I really want to emphasize the pay that's coming in. The other thing that I wanted to bring up to your attention also is well, let me go back real quick. So we're looking at what are we trying to do with getting more officers local. Up in Santa Fe was a great trip. I got to meet the chancellor there from UNM Gallup. Kind of put a bug in her ear, and we'll be meeting with her soon. But I think we can get our local police academy back up here and try to do how we talk about growing your own. I think that's what's important for us. So I just need to nail that down and kind of look at how we're going to do that program and utilizing our department, the instructors there, and really help to bring that level back here to our McKinley County and also our city, our recruiting. And the last thing I want to talk about is just kind of how all of our departments, I think we really work well together talking. I think that just like working with the parks on this and our roads as far as the parade, getting with Matt on our recruiting, we can help with that. We have a great department here and we're all trying to work together to fix the missing puzzles that are missing from the country. I just want to point that out that we're getting a lot of help. The departments and law enforcement really being our eyes and ears out there is really essential for us. Last thing is with the PD coming on in, we're looking at evidence. I put that on here as far as our evidence storage. As you know, I would love for you guys to come down and maybe go on a tour of our evidence storage there and see how much evidence we do have. We have over I know this was the last, probably about 6 months ago, we did the about over 20 items, but it's probably 200 plus items, items that we have in there that we need to get over to the new building. That's going to be a task, and we're trying to find what is a common practice in that, moving that because of chain of custody. So those are some of the issues that we're going to look at. But there's a lot others, but I just want to point out those major ones. But I appreciate you guys taking your time today to hear our concerns from the Gallup Police Department, and we are trying. And Tammy just gave me this book here, and I was looking at it in Border Towns. I think you guys took a look at it. There's some really dramatic pictures in here when you look at where Gallup has come and what we have dealt with. And I don't want to go back to this. I don't want to ever see it again.
You don't want to see that.
I mean, that's just something I don't want to put in all of you guys thinking there when we get to request.
Comments there?
A couple, Fort Canyon Park, is this gonna be locked up now?
Yes, as a matter of fact.
Up on top?
Remember the developers this morning? Those gates that we have are tweaked and they're really, so we're gonna put us make us some new, like, gates like we put at Aquatic Center, a little more easy to manage. Then the PD will start locking them up.
So how about on the front, they can still get in walking, right?
Yeah, the park still has to be accessible.
Oh, so they can walk
Yeah,
in.
they can walk in.
By the veterans
Yeah,
park.
and then we also talked about, well, if you don't mind, Chief.
Yeah.
We also talked about putting some of those same kind of gates down there by the Veteran Center on those two cutout, those two drive pads. Because, we have a lot of issues in that park.
Yeah.
We literally call the ski jump down there.
Yeah. Yeah.
Down there, but other part, DC's gonna do some, get some analysis for us and. Because all the parks have crime,
Oh, I know.
you know, so,
We know.
you know, to me, you gotta make them all safe. But I appreciate the chief and DC coming.
And what we wanted to do was, grab, as you know, with our new, that we got, we can kind of map where big crimes are happening, our red areas. So what, we're gonna do is all the parks that we do have in the city, kind of highlight where our major ones and really start with those focusing as far as, any cameras in there, or what kind of safety plan we can do in those areas. But that's what we're gonna share with you.
Thanks.
The other, Lynn, you had another one?
Speaking of crime, one of my big ones is a TDFL Park, Northside. And I'm very upset that we had to move the people out there, even though I know they're not city employees, they've been there for over 40 years. They moved the trailer's gone. Crime is gonna go up even more, so we're gonna have more calls over there. That was just a deterrent. I talked to Chief this morning about, we're talking about the housing with officers. Would her officers be willing, if the city's willing, to put someone there as a deterrent like we used to on the city property? So she said, yes, there's somebody now that's gonna be new hire that was looking for a place and such as that. I really highly suggest that we would put that there because it was a battle just this past year with the transients and the fights, the deaths, everything that we had back there, just with that trailer being there. So that being removed is gonna be a nightmare. And I really don't want to have that. Do you agree with me on that?
Yes, I do. Yes, I think I've got 2 calls already at PDFL since we pulled that trailer out. We had 18 Ps in them.
Yeah, that's one of my biggies, yeah.
I would have to concur. We actually paved that parking lot to cut down on them doing Brodies in that dirt parking lot. They were throwing gravel all over the residents nearby. I've had multiple speeding complaints on 6th Street. Yeah, and one of the individuals that lives there is constantly calling me with complaints.
I get it constantly too. How many fights? We had little mini riots there when the TDFL was starting, when the football was starting, and we had to be the referees there, calling you and calling Vincent, calling police department and them calling me in on a daily basis. And now that trailer there that was a deterrent, like I said, it's gone. It's gonna be a worst nightmare that we can ever even think of.
Other comments?
With that here, if you don't mind, we're gonna have the same issue as Port Conference. An individual at Port Conference will be moving, I think they extended him to March.
April.
So we're gonna have the same, you know.
Yes.
Knock on wood. We haven't had a lot of vandalism in Port Conference.
Because he's taking care of the place
And
on his own as a volunteer to volunteering.
gonna open it wide up.
It's anti.
We're gonna have a lot of staff.
Let me ask a question, and it rings back to Aaron, as you were talking, several cities that I worked with started a program, and some are still existing today. Peoria was one of the first. They had abandoned homes, CB, but they were structurally pretty sound. They just needed some TLC. They ended up giving them to police officers with a 5-year, you can live in this, and after 5 years, if you make these upgrades, it's your house. And that has been getting folks, does 2 things. It upgrades the quality of the house. Many of the individuals had skills where they could do it themselves and were able to arrange with the building suppliers, the equipment or whatever needed to do that. And that really worked, and then it got extended to other city employees as well. But it was getting homes that were structurally sound. They just needed some TLC, modernization, and the benefits in those were too. It got city employees more quality housing, and it got rid of some code challenges from some regular frequent flyers who owned them and were not invested.
So how did the city get ownership of those properties? Well, that's it.
That's the issue in your state.
But how do you get them in the first place?
They bought
They
them.
bought them.
Bought them or condemned them.
Condemn them and then foreclose on the.
Bingo.
But that takes money. So you'd have to print up, fire up your printing press in the basement. But you're telling us we don't have any money.
Anyway, that was one, and what's not high dollars, because many of the homes, the appraised value is really
Right.
low.
You get tax return.
Yep. And so it was a way of getting people into the homes. And if they took care of it, after 5 years and brought it up and it was inspected regularly, it was their house.
40 years.
What?
I said the one that moved was over there, over 40 years, kept it up.
So anyway, that's the program that has out there that has worked and really it dealt with more than one problem. It dealt with the code issues. So let's go to housing. Tammy, you're up.
I was basically, the thing that first hit me when I first got here is still sort of the thing that gets me most, is just that all the derelict buildings and like all of the buildings downtown that are, as I say, underutilized real estate. We really need to, some kind of an incentive, to just encourage the people that own those places to do something. I don't know what that incentive is at this point. I don't know, but there needs to be something that incentivizes, if we could get people living, especially downtown, if we could get people living in the upstairs of downtown, it would solve a lot of the downtown problems. Because there would be people here on a regular basis. I don't public, I've got some random ideas and they're probably not worth much, but that, and then I love this idea with the, getting city employees, police officers, fire, whoever into those derelict houses. And we are working on the old Lowe's grocery store, by the way.
The grocery store?
Yeah, it's up the street here.
You're working on it in terms of trying to get
somebody to develop it and turn it into
housing and multi-use.
Retail, yeah. I am going to be involved next year with the Keep for Gallup Beautiful program. I'll be managing that grant from what I can tell. And so I'm now getting ready to write the grant for next year. If you've got ideas that you think are a good idea, please let me know. And I did that in Zuni and had a lot of fun with that grant, except reporting, which is horrible. But I was bringing in as much money in Zuni as we have for the Gallup money grant. So I'd really like to hear your ideas. If you, obviously we need more cleanups, but if there's something else you think is a good idea, let me know. And finally, Courthouse Plaza, that's coming up, and from a design perspective, I asked you to keep an open mind and see what comes up, how we could make that a more entertaining space that would provide more tourist access and just a more exciting kind of space. So.
Comments, Linda?
On the courthouse issue, I think bringing our dancers back, instead of putting them on 66, and we can alternate, but I really think we need to get back. We had a lot of
I know
tourism.
Matt's dealing with that, and I'll let my.
And then also with the vacant buildings, businesses, I think a lot of them are because they're from out of state, so they don't want to deal with it. We've had issues. I had a couple that I've tried to buy some property from because they're from out of state, and they just said they don't want to deal with it and they're gonna let it go, and right. So I said, okay. So that's kind of think the problem. I don't know how to get to these people from out of state.
Yeah.
Get them just to sell or to how we can get them to rent, whatever, but that's an issue.
Yeah, if we could find them or something.
Find them.
Not having falling apart.
Finally found one.
Counselor, if I could just follow up on that too, because we had this discussion. I mean, if you have the will, we can use code enforcement as a tool. I mean, a lot of these properties have code violations and we've been letting them sit. And if you're willing to do that, there will be pushback. Then then we could focus on the downtown in terms of code enforcement, because somebody has to provide an incentive. I mean, I know some of the buildings you're talking about. So we talked about that yesterday.
And housing is a really great reason to be able to, if people are gonna get mad about it, it's a really good thing to fight, to have housing, be like, okay, well, we need to create housing and you're doing nothing to help.
Yeah.
So,
So bring your building up to code or sell it.
Yeah. Or rent it.
yeah.
Tammy, in terms of like the housing too, I'd like to see, I don't know if this is happening currently, I know you're brand new, but just really being deliberate and proactive towards going after contractors who want to come here and then having this go between them and code enforcement, because I think there's just a, right, like without going to a lot of detail, I think there's just
No, I
like,
want to detail. I want to hear.
well, I think people say that there's issues with code enforcement.
Like what specific?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know
There
specifically,
you
they, right, it's just general, this isn't a bash against code enforcement, this is just to say like, like. This is just general, like what I hear is like, and it's not even against code enforcement necessarily, but to say like communication, but communication of like what to them of what they can do to come here, because we need to incentivize construction builders, right? Because we're not getting any real builders to come here to build housing. So that to me on the outside as a non-builder, non-code enforcement person seems like an issue, right? So we need to figure out how to like really draw these people in and say, hey, we want you to come here. Like, I mean, like, I know getting builders everywhere is hard, but there's other places like Farmington, other places that are getting builders. So why are we not getting them? And I'd like to know more about that. Is it just because they don't think they're gonna make money here, or what's the real?
I can tell you what the
Yeah,
issues are.
okay,
If
tell
you
me.
would like to know.
All right, tell me.
Okay, it's not the code. A lot of it is money. Okay,
They're
and
not-
in fact, most of it is money.
Okay,
It's the building codes we're stuck with. We can't do anything to relax building codes at all. Those are set in stone unless the state decides to do something, and they do amend them. And they do get rid of certain things, and that's why they have the NMAX. We have to go back and forth between those two codes. The only one we can touch, which we have several times, and we're still amending it, and I'm going tonight to get another amendment done, is our land development standards. We have relaxed that thing
yeah,
tremendously to make it more attractive. We have things here that we're doing that other cities do not do in New Mexico. I've told you guys this a million times till I'm blue in the face. We have the cheapest permit fees. We have the shortest review times. We have courtesy inspections. We have pre-development meetings. We have all these things in place to make it easy for them, other than building it for them.
so why are they not coming here? That's what I wanna know.
It's infrastructure.
Okay,
A lot of these developments require infrastructure, and that's water, sewer, sidewalks, roads, curbs, all of that. That's where your big money items are.
okay,
That's where the big money items are. In our land development standards, if you're talking single family development, single family dwellings, the only thing our land development standards requires you to do is meet setbacks and plant one tree. That's it. That's
Personally planting trees.
okay, but you have to meet building code standards. You have to do what the building code.
yeah,
And there's no getting around that. The commercial, the same, the multifamily. We relaxed our parking standards to where you don't have to have, you barely have to meet enough parking for the resident. There's no exit, because that was one of our complaints, so we got rid of that. Landscaping is a big complaint. Nobody likes landscaping in Gallup, so we reduced the landscaping.
And I'm willing to help with that.
So we do so much. But the word on the street, here's the thing, and I'm not gonna get on this soapbox, but I think I need to, because the word on the street is BS.
okay.
Nobody comes to the city to ask the question.
Well, I
And
think-
you ask any contractor that comes in from out of town, they'll tell you, you guys are the easiest people we've ever worked with. This is all you gotta do. You get a few that try and snowball you and wanna get things passed because they don't wanna spend the money. But for the most part, everybody loves our process.
But see, I guess my point is you can't be out there all the time explaining that, and it's so it hits so close to home because you're over the department. I think having Tammy as the new housing
that's-
person to be in the community to say like,
Go for it.
just to be that go-between, yeah, I'm just saying, to be that go-between so that you don't have to, because you're doing the processes and then she can
I
take
will
that and.
guarantee you, it's not gonna change the mentality. I've tried, we had. Not even. You'll move back, I'm sorry.
But Phoebe, you mentioned there's
Okay.
the key part of housing is land availability and the willingness for landowners to sell at.
Building homes here, what? Because we don't own the property.
Right.
I
Yeah.
can't go get Joe Schmo off the street that owns 100 acres and by the ears and say, fill out this application and build houses. I can't do that. They gotta wanna do it. They gotta wanna invest the money to do it. They wanna, and that's a big investment. It's huge. I get it, especially now, because things are out of the roof. What's gonna happen is all development is gonna come to a halt here pretty soon because people can't afford to do it. Chuck just said he can't get transformers. So everything's gonna come to a stop pretty soon until something happens and the pendulum swings the other way and we get back to a normal way of life, because right now it's not. And I'm sorry to get, worked up, but
It's okay.
21 years of getting beat on the head
Yeah.
for BS is enough, man.
Well, I wasn't trying to beat you up. I was really just trying to
No,
say.
I'm
we
not
have
talking
the
about
housing-
you. I'm
housing
talking about the
person.
people that are
Oh,
talking.
yeah.
Just a couple of comments, so if I could, Tammy had to go to a doctor appointment, but she wasn't running away.
Don't go here.
Just a comment, we are taking Tammy out on the road, we're introducing her to the chamber and GDC and business groups and the Chamber of Commerce, and she's going out, so hopefully they'll get the word out to the businesses in the community. But I just need to echo what CB said, because I hear it all the time. The International Building Code is adopted by the state and it affects building safety. And there isn't anything we can do to change it.
Yeah.
And they confuse the building code with the land development code that we have modified. And I think, I'm not sure, and then there were issues 20 years ago that people will never forget. And they seem to just judge the present by the past. I'll just leave it at that.
The other thing is, I'm gonna make two comments. One place, I work with neighboring cities in Iowa. Actually, four of them. Grimes, Urbandale, Clive, Waukee. I go to Waukee, I hear, oh, then you need to have processes as good as Clive. Or like Grimes over there. Then I go to Grimes and they say, Waukee's the best place to develop. Why aren't we getting those developers here?
We get that same thing.
And so I'm sitting there going, I work in all four cities, CB, and I'm sitting there going,
Our comparison is Albuquerque, and they say, we get a 1-day turnover for permits in Albuquerque, why can't you do it here? You get a contract coming from Albuquerque, that building in Albuquerque, he'll say, I've been waiting 5 months for my permit, I haven't gotten it yet.
so that's a real challenge because
Lip service.
the other thing is, if you go to growth areas, cities and counties are being blamed for incompetent submittals. Developers are having problems getting good staff as well. So they will have somebody fresh out of college put together the application and it's partially done. It's inaccurate. So the city staff has to make a decision. Do we fill the thing out? Do we kick it back and then risk, oh, you're developer unfriendly? That is a real.
That's exactly right.
So we rejected that pilot.
Several times,
Because
making
we
revisions,
spell it out.
revisions.
We put A, do this, B, do this, C, do this, other than going to the architect and grabbing his hand and drawing it with him.
Yeah, but that's an issue because many of the developers, the big ones, their staffs are inexperienced right now because if you're really good, you're making a lot of money for some big developers because you feel the housing boom's gonna crash and I'm gonna make my money now and maximize my income. So they've got some folks that are unfamiliar with processes and the requirements, and they are putting in.
The other thing we don't do, we don't charge impact fees here. You know what impact fees are?
Oh, yeah, and they charge it everywhere, right?
Impact fees mean a development that's gonna come in, they pay a fee to offset the impact that their development is gonna have on existing infrastructure. We could use that money to maintain our infrastructure. Adrian's infrastructure is falling apart every day. We don't charge impact fees to help these developers not pay an extra fee. that doesn't help us because we don't have any money to fix our infrastructure. So
If you go to Georgetown, Texas, you know where that is outside of Austin? Some of you may know. 48,000 right off the top impact fees. Round Rock, 16,000, and they want to keep theirs low. But the market within the Austin area is anywhere from 40 to 80,000 impact fee. Because you've got a water impact fee, system for every sewer, solid waste, public safety impact fee, park, schools. So that's not uncommon. If you go to Florida, they start at the $100 and go, or 100,000 and go up for Florida. And so it's hard to build affordable housing in Florida because of it. One other thing is working in the El Paso area, and in New Mexico's at a little disadvantage when you get to the border there, because Texas has not approved the International Building Code. They have their own. So as a result, they do not allow for cities to control building materials. So I can put a shake shingle roof that is not fire retardant on my roof. And they're doing it in Texas right now. And the Fire Chiefs Association and the building officials are going nuts. The fire folks say, if we get a fire here in this subdivision, it's a lumber yard.
yeah.
And this is Texas. Throughout Texas, there is no control at either the county or city level of building materials.
No, there's no zoning either. I have a nice little example I'm gonna bring when I do my zoning presentation. But
anyway,
next month.
This is
Texas. You'll see it.
I know you raised it, but this is an equal opportunity discussion here.
I see.
Because it's the county.
But I did hear also a word on the street that CD was turning a new leaf. So don't let this change your CD. What's wrong with this one crime, chief?
You know, I got 3.5 years to go. And
You're gonna let everything.
they're gonna
go.
think the rules are gonna leave with me. They're gonna stay there.
But he's gonna enjoy every day for the next 3.5 years.
I didn't write.
Yours protect your heart, that's all they say.
And I do appreciate you sending me that message.
Okay.
Matt,
Everything, or most of what Steve just said, are all things that should be marketed from the site.
you bet.
The video CD on there saying.
No. No. Zero.
You know what's going, getting it out there. Maybe not.
They don't listen to me one-on-one. You think that?
You got Chewy here retiring. He can come back and be your spokesperson.
CD just made the pitch for why it should develop in Gallup. And that information is not online, it's not in the way that is being marketed or gone out to the world, so. He just made the argument for why you should build in Gallup. I mean, aside from the infrastructure part, which obviously it's huge. But the rest of it, he just made the argument for why we should be developing in Gallup. We're not getting that message.
I love that idea. I think we should videotape CD just explaining.
CB, he'll write your script for you. It's okay.
We don't have to really-
Hopefully that was helpful because you're gonna see this in the goals coming up. So this discussion here is a precursor for the quality of life goal 4, because you'll see these challenges. I won't have to restate them tomorrow. But it is the other part that is out there is, and CB alluded to it, there's projections late 23, definitely into 24, some form of recession and housing bubble burst. We're already seeing elements in that throughout the nation if you monitor it. And at that time, you're going to have folks looking for more developable land and where they'll pay all the impact fees. In five months, a year, 18 months, that may not be the case. So the world's dynamic. You want to talk next, CB? This is our warm up for you.
I'm tired of hearing me.
We already heard from you.
That's fine.
Got some good things coming forward.
Yeah, I'll go. I mean, we're doing a lot in planning, other than getting me out there. We got a lot of projects going on. When I took over the projects management part that Stan had, and we took it over, Robert took the streets and public works part, and I took over project management. It's a lot. I mean, it's a lot of stuff to do. So we have a lot of projects that we're working on now. We have just finished Cole Avenue Commons. We're getting ready to break ground on Nijoni Boulevard street reconstruction project, and West Logan Avenue reconstruction project is going to get going here pretty soon. Which other one? We have West Aztec Avenue we're working on. I wish Councilor Palachuk was here. We're stalled on that one because we're waiting for the developer to commit to giving us an easement across his property for the drainage. Without that, we can't get the drainage out of there. So we're in negotiations with him. We gave him some great options because he wants to do a housing development in there. So our attorney is working on it with him and our engineer. So hopefully that's Sundra. Prakash Sundra.
Yeah, Prakash, right.
There was another street project, Dijoni, Logan.
Don't forget the alley.
The alleys we're working on. I have so many going. Oh, the public safety building. That's what I was going to talk about. We already talked about it, but they're getting ready to lay the grade beams right now. So they're actually moving pretty quick on that one. Grant management. With all these projects comes grant management. Right now, my department alone is managing about 46 grants related to these projects. And Alicia's doing that on her own. Plus, she's helping Patty right now with her vacancy, pick up some of the slack in those grants. We have been real fortunate in the city that we have gotten fully funded on some projects. Cole Avenue Commons is one of them. Nijoni Boulevard is one of them. That generally doesn't happen. You know, that's pretty rare. We were really fortunate to get that. Generally, the way it works and where the difficulty and challenges come in with grants is that we get partial funding every cycle. So a lot of times we don't even get enough to design the project. So we'll have to go back and ask for that. And we always ask for what we need for the most part. We just don't get it. So what we really got to do, and I understand that we're not the only ones asking. It's statewide and everybody has priorities, everybody has projects, everybody has critical things that they need to fix. And we have been fortunate. We have received a lot of money from the state these past couple of years. But there needs to be a better way to skin this cat because what we're getting at isn't enough, number one. And then we're starting to run up against deadlines when they come due. And we still don't have enough. So we're scrambling to try and make the difference up somewhere else. So it's a juggling act constantly. So we're doing actually very well in our little community as far as projects go and as far as getting them done, and major projects. Multi-million-dollar project. P&Z, you know, we're always busy doing P&Z stuff. I'm bringing a code change to you tonight to look at. We're getting a lot of subdivisions processed. Our code enforcement's extremely busy. They're out there. And thank you, council, for last year approving my 2 extra positions. We finally got them filled this week. Hopefully they stay. We'll see. Code enforcement and land use enforcement is not the funnest job, but it's a necessary job. Without it, you would know. So they're out there doing their thing. It's going to help a lot with the camps, a lot with the, we're going to be able to split duties better to allow more of the regular stuff like abandoned vehicles, weeds, trash, debris, derelict properties, things like that, and still have enough to tackle the camps as well. So camps aren't going away. I'm coming to you tonight for a budget adjustment for more money for camping. Animal control, that's another issue that we're dealing with. We're doing the best we can. We're at capacity all the time. They ship them out, we fill up. They ship them out, we fill up. So I know you're probably getting a lot of complaints that there's a lot of strays on the street, dogs, cats. We just don't have any place to put them. We pick them up when we can. I have 4 officers. We're fully staffed again. We just hired another one. And they're constantly busy on call at night doing things, you know, so it's a constant struggle. And we still have the same struggle with the animals coming in off the reservation. I don't know what we're gonna do about that. We kind of, if they drop them at our door, we gotta take them in, you know, so it's just a constant challenge on the animal control side. I know we're gonna start getting the livestock coming in again this spring. Hopefully, with all the moisture we've gotten, they might have enough feed to stay on their side. If not, they're gonna be people's grass. But we'll see. Going back to the building codes and the things like that, I mean, we understand and we realize that we're public servants. Okay, there's no getting around that. Public pays for our pays our paychecks. We serve the public. That's what we do. We understand that, and we do our best to do that. We do our best to serve them and to do our best to make sure that we're doing what they want us to do. They have every right to ask questions. They have every right to want to know what we're doing, how we're doing it. What they don't have the right to do is bash city employees like they do. And that's getting really bad. And I know it's happening to everybody here, but, and I don't want to say me particular, it's worse, but land use is kind of a unique thing because nobody wants it until their neighbor does something they're not liking and then they want it, you know? So my girls up there get harassed and yelled at and called nasty names every day over the phone, every day, just like customer service. I know they get yelled at and called nasty names and all.
Yep.
And they don't care. They don't care. But I just need council to understand that we're doing the best we can with what we have. And just because we're public servants, we're people too. And we need them to understand that we're doing our job. You know, you might not like the job we do, but we're doing our job. And the same goes for the safety. I mean, if you think about it, code enforcement, building inspector, animal control, they save lives every day. Every day we're saving lives. We're making sure buildings are safe to occupy. We're making sure animals aren't roaming in the street. We're getting them off there so they don't cause an accident. Animal control is, or code enforcement's making sure properties are secure that are attractive nuisances to make sure kids don't get in there and get hurt. You know, fire department, we don't have your shiny red vehicles like you guys do. I'm not trying to pick on you, but you know, you guys respond to a fire, you're there, Johnny, on the spot, you put out the fire. All these other buildings that are still standing that haven't caught fire and that are safe, why do you think that is? Because we enforce the building codes. We enforce all these codes that we're supposed to. So these buildings are safe, so they're not going to catch on fire. So you can exit if there's an emergency. We haven't had a major emergency or catastrophe in Gallup as far as a lot of people getting hurt since I've been here. And I don't think we ever have. Why? Because we enforce these codes. We enforce these minimum or life safety standards. People don't like them because they cost money. That's the only reason they don't like them. It's going to cost them more money to put in a sprinkler system or to put an extra exit door or to make this house safe so it doesn't fall on my head. We don't cut corners. We don't do favors. We don't turn a blind eye to the code just because they're crying. We don't do that. And because we haven't done that, since I've been here, we have not ever gotten sued for something we've done wrong or haven't done. Planning department has not gotten sued, or the city has not gotten sued once because of something the planning department did or didn't do. And why is that? Because we enforce the rules and we don't cut corners and we don't play favorites. We can't, because those are live. So people are gonna complain about it. They don't like it. They're gonna cry about it. But if we were doing something wrong, we would have gotten sued a long time ago.
CV, you've heard me say this 2 years ago and last year, and I'll repeat it here. People are meaner today. and using social media because there's no accountability. They can come into your court and harass them, use bad language, threaten them. And that is happening all over. In Camden County, Georgia, they had an election this past year, and an individual lost the election. Let's say they are not the most mentally stable individual. Part of that negative 5% over here, they knew Shannon. Shannon is the director of elections. They knew her, the names of her kids, the elementary school that the kids go to, and followed her out with a gun to find enough votes to get that individual elected. And that is happening all over. Many cases, so people are mean. The other part that is right in what CB's talking about is I want code because I won't talk to my neighbor. I won't go over and knock on it. I want you to be the bad guys with my neighbor. And then when you go over to the neighbor, they're going, I never said anything to the city, and you're hanging out to dry.
Or the better one is the person that called on the neighbor, his property is worse than the neighbor.
That is right.
So we end up citing both of them.
That is, but that is a very difficult thing. If you look at the reality of code enforcement isn't just life and safety. It's protecting my property values. If I own the house next door and the house is a real dump next to me, it may cost me $20,000 on a sale. And the realtor is going to have to say, I can't sell your house for X amount because of your neighbor. I can't just drop them in. They're going to see your neighbor coming in. And their house has the washer on the front porch and a few other appliances there. And, oh, you got that? Sorry to offend you. But that is it. The reality is it protects property values. So the area of code, this group has placed emphasis and a priority. You all funded positions and said, we need to address it. And Mayor, you talked about those old motels. There's still opportunities out there, right? So stay tuned. You'll see a number of actions associated with this that are really aimed, and it runs right to the issue of beautification, of attractiveness, of making the quality of life here greater for everybody. Any other comments? See, let's go to technology.
Obviously, major challenges are keeping up with changing technology, maintaining security and compliance. Those are our big issues. Internet security, repairing and upgrading the network and systems all over the city. It takes time, it takes money, and it takes staff. Right now, in our IT department, we have a staff of 4. 3 of us will be leaving the city within 5 years, maybe less. And we're very fortunate to have one employee who's right now out, and we're looking to do some succession training with him and train him up because he's a great guy. But one thing that I want to, I guess, stress is just to keep cybersecurity in your mind. Obviously, we did the big purchase of the dark trays last year, and that's helping. It's helping us a lot, and it's keeping our system secure. But there's still little holes. There are still things that we're doing behind the scenes to make sure that that all of the equipment is secure and that our network is safe. Whether that means updating equipment, removing, or adding new equipment, it's just all there, and it's all in my budget, request. We're in the middle of a network infrastructure assessment. What it's going to do is it's going to tell us where we're at. It's going to let us know where our network, our systems, and our security is at this point. gonna tell us their strengths and weaknesses. So we'll have a better plan when we're asking for money next year. We'll focus on things and phases and, try to get the city to where we're adequately prepared for new things. You've heard everybody here talking about, oh, I have a system for this. Oh, we're using a system for that. Whether it's in-house or it's a cloud-based system, there's a lot of things that are done behind the scenes to keep all of that running. Right now our internet bandwidth is great. I mean, we've been able to upgrade, but is that enough going forward? There are a lot of things like that. So just wanted to keep that in mind. As far as equipment goes, professional services, they both have increased. And it seems like every year we get a new email telling us, oh, well, our operating costs have increased. So in turn, we're gonna increase your billing by like 5%, 10%. And staff for training, or training for staff. Like I said, we're very fortunate to have one great person now who we're trying to train up. But because technology changes so much, we need that training. It's kind of hard for us to learn something and do something and then have something change right off the bat, and we're scrambling. So if we're a little bit more proactive as far as training goes, making sure we're getting, certifications all across the board, filling our vacant positions. We have one systems administrator position that's out right now, and hopefully we'll get that set up because it's going to take care of a lot of things. Second thing is the water and wastewater network upgrade. We were told by water department that we need a new SCADA system. The current SCADA system that they have is very antiquated and probably should have been replaced in 2014. I think that was what what was said. So obviously with that, it just kind of turns into another issue is our infrastructure sound, safe, secure? No, it's not. So we need to look at upgrading the area over at the water department, making sure that we're securing all of the equipment. So that's going to take some money. Third thing, and this was something that I wanted to push another year, but now we might as well just, it's in our faces, so let's just get this one done. A unified camera system. What we found is that we're out of compliance with some of our systems here at the city. We've been looking for other solutions, trying to figure out what we're going to do as far as how can we do this without having to scrap everything and put all new equipment in. One of the best ways that we found is a unified camera system, which will pull all of our existing cameras and tie it to one system. And one of the great things about it is it's going to be a lot more secure, and it'll help us as far as upgrading in the future. We won't have to get all of these complex systems that we have at every department, right, or almost every department right now. The second thing is it's going to be really great for PD and for Metro Dispatch. We had a conversation with the county and Metro Dispatch in the last few months. I know that the county probably not moving forward with it, but Metro Dispatch is, which is where we would mount a TV over at Metro Dispatch, and they would be able to see all of our camera footage throughout the city. They would be able to help, as far as figuring out like, oh, okay, this looks like suspicious activity. Let's go ahead and call a unit out. But one of the great things about this system is that it uses AI, artificial intelligence, and it does license plate reading, facial recognition, just all the things that Aaron was talking about this morning. Color of clothing, shoes, the brand, the little logo. You can search all of that, and it's unsupervised learning in a sense that it learns as it goes. So it's not like you're going to have to keep telling the system, this is what you need to look for, this is what you need to figure out what to do. It learns as it goes. So then it'll be able to pinpoint certain things for you to where you wouldn't have to do that. It'll help Metro Dispatch a lot with a lot of the calls that they get. Sometimes they said they get bogus calls, and if they had cameras within the area, they would be able to determine if an officer needs to be sent out. it'll help law enforcement as far as finding that footage. I think we had an incident over at the park where something happened and we didn't get the footage for them until 3 days later, but that was because it was the weekend. Now, if this was something that we had, PD would have all of that in their hand. They would be able to, within minutes, find that information and start looking for people. So this is something that's really great. It's something that we've been trying to figure out how we're going to push. And we were kind of hoping to jump on the bandwagon with county and to see if they were going to, if they were actually going to do it. But it looks like it's just going to be Metro and city effort right now.
Questions or comments? The camera issue, yesterday you talked about the fact that you did get some cameras, but they weren't necessarily usable, right? But that unified system works.
Yes.
And one community I work with during our workshop, it was demonstrated to the council. Aaron, there was a bank robbery with license plate readers. They got the individual before they left the city limits. With real time. What?
Yeah. I said, now that is great.
Because if it's real time license plate readers, it got out instantly to all the officers. Boom, they found them. They were headed for the interstate, and Interstate 74. It was in Illinois, and they got them before they'd even. If that was not there, these folks would have been long gone down the road, 60, 100 miles before anything would have happened. Yeah, it's expensive, but it's one that adds security. It goes from the parks to every parts of the community. And it is one that has proven great benefit for the cities that I work with. So pilot, it will be there in the plan. So we'll see how it comes out. But there's a framework here to at least begin that process. That makes sense, council, on that one?
Yeah.
Okay, I made some notes as we were going along.
I bet you did with the F-bombs.
Look, a lot of the phones are actually the signs today because got busy this morning. We never got around to making signs, but they were gonna have a dollar sign. Yeah.
You need to let Councilor Piano know that.
Oh, you know what an
F-bomb
F-bomb
means
is?
funding.
It's funding.
Never know this group, so.
No, Sarah, it's a funding issue.
Right.
And so tomorrow you'll see a lot of the individual actions will have funding. Some for this year, some we've already pushed off to 25. So that was very helpful yesterday, staff. So the F-bomb, it isn't.
That's clarified that.
Right. You're welcome.
Yes, you will never hear me use the other F. So.
But you will use this F.
Okay, so, I really, having this right as we're rolling into budgets for me is fantastic. Because I'm able to sit here and I'm tying things together and I'm making a lot of notes. First off, we need to adjust the IP data red truck for city.
I don't want one. This hero don't wear a cape.
You want to be in computer.
CB. I did my time. Parole's coming up.
So there's been a lot of great points made today. There's a lot of recommendations, suggestions, a lot of asks. As a council members, you guys have given us some ideas of things you feel are so important. One of the things for my department and my group, we're stewards of the funds. We do work for the public, but our job is to be the best steward of their funds that we can be. But that doesn't, we don't get to decide how they get used. We have to help guide on the allowable uses, where they come from, where they can go, and tracking and reporting on that. One of the things you're going to find during the budget hearings is, I want to revisit our cash policy, just to remind you what we've got in place and how this works, and the fund management. We have two types of funds, and this is where things get a little bit gray, and it's hard for everybody to understand. Enterprise funds, those are strictly businesses, and they're supposed to support themselves 100%. And that's primarily the utilities of the The government funds have other sources of revenue, and our job is to utilize those revenues, which are primarily property tax, GRT, and street tax. Utilize those funds to the best of our ability to provide what the public needs based on what you feel is a priority and what you want done with our recommendations and our support telling you what we feel is the best use for the money we can allocate. Everybody's gonna fight for everything they can get. I can tell you right now, before we even get into the big asks on capital, general fund money's already eaten up. Everybody just got the exact property. So we do have a challenging year ahead. One of the other things with the cash management is when you designate a fund in a project like we did for the police, we got their building funded. It came from multiple sources, which is really a lot of work on everybody on the, I almost said outside. Behind the scenes, there's a lot of work to manage all the different sources and all the different project funds that go into this. When you look at cash balance, you're going to see these huge amounts. We've got over $20 million of that already fully dedicated to that police building. We've got probably over 10 million right now dedicated for water wells. So it looks like we have huge cash, but we don't. It's just like you get paid and you're going to make your house payment. As soon as you write the check and it clears, you're down to nothing. So we're in that same boat. We have this huge checking, but we've got a lot of. So don't let our cash balances throw you off and make you think that we're not being honest and open with you. And I find that as a challenge for us is to try and get you to understand when we say water really has no money, it's a serious situation. We're not trying to, we're just trying to be fully honest and upfront about it. And each of the utilities has their own fund. They are supposed to be fully functional within themselves. And we need to look at this really serious because right now what he's got in for water and wastewater, just the operational ask for this next year, there's not enough cash to cover just the operation with no major capital. No vehicles, none of that is even allocated in there yet. So we're going to have some tough talks during the budgets. We will be able to show you, we've got new software this year and we're so excited.
She's excited.
If you guys we received this weird email from ClearGov. And what that is that's your portal into the budget module. With that email, you can log in and see and it's by fund, and then the capital projects are all together. You will be able to see everything that we're doing, everything that we're requesting. You can add notes to them, and somehow chose you could add an attachment. I don't know what it'd be. Maybe a picture of what your ideal shelter to park is or whatever. But if this is going to give you a little bit more insight, depending on your time and your inclination, you can see a lot of this before we actually put it. Because we're making adjustments and we're trying to put it all together as close to the last minute as we can, so that when you walk into the hearings those days, you'll have physical printouts that are as close to true as actual. But we're going to be doing it live on the computer system, but you do have access to Google.
What is it called again?
ClearGov.
ClearGov, like GUF.
ClearGov.
Oh, GLGOV.
Oh,
ClearGov. Sorry, that makes way more sense than what I thought you were saying.
And it's really, this is the first year. The rollout was kind of rough. It was part of the initiatives that was in strategic plan for last year, because that is about the only way I'm going to be able to get a 10-year plan to you that everybody can see what's going on, that you can participate in. And this is going to show us exactly that. And then next year, we're going to be able to make a lot of this public and have it on our website. There's also another component of it, but we don't have the staffing available yet, is that we can manage the projects, the main projects. We can manage notes and dollars and stuff online. So there is some definite opportunity to reach out. The biggest challenge you're going to have this year is competing priorities. Yeah. Because you love the police, you love the fire, you love the parks, you love CB, all of them.
Not anymore. Headed toward the worst on that one.
And we also like for people to be able to have vehicles, which come and working buildings. So this is where you listen to our asking, and what we're gonna tell you is our biggest priority. But ultimately, we have to ask you to make those decisions, and they're tough decisions. And I'm gonna emphasize again, the compensation, we have to invest in our foundation, and you said earlier, the people are our foundation. And I can tell you, my staff are getting hit with people wanting to pull them away, and we're seeing 20 to 40% higher wages within the similar jobs. You know, it's just, it's time for us to get caught up. We know that, we've hammered it enough, but when this comes through, especially when it's rolling into some of these funds that are tied on their sources of the money coming in, we need to look at that though, and I strongly encourage, we have to find a way to make this one work. We did one before, it seemed costly, we easily were saying, well, not right now, we'll get to it. And we ended up on 4 years without any raises. And we started doing again, we just weren't caught up. And so this is our opportunity to just try and start right. And one more piece that's not on the budget stuff yet, but we will be implementing over the next year or two is the ongoing cost of these new commitments. This building, she's now saying we need $100,000 projector. We don't make $100,000 a year renting this out. So when we commit to these buildings, and I'm not saying don't do the projector, don't consider it. I'm just saying one of the components that we don't consider, like the new police building, there has been no discussions about how much more is that building going to cost to run and maintain than the one we're taking down. Is it more, is it less? I haven't, we never got to that point of it. And so we need to start looking at that. And because when you get that new car, you're going to have to put gas in it, you know, and we've fought with that with police for a long time to try not to grow the number of vehicles within each department. And we seem to kind of be growing here and there. And that's fine if it's necessary, but that comes at a cost. It's not just $70,000 to buy a truck. It's now ongoing to maintain everything for that truck. Last piece is the employee lease issue. We have run into some new GASB requirements that require us to report leases on the books with very detailed footnotes, and they become very apparent. We have to charge market value for that rent space. What we were doing in the past used to be allowable and perfectly great idea. We would put somebody on there, they pay $100 a month, that covered utilities, everything. But the trade was they provide security services. The current requirements, one, I have to report fair market value of that lease. And even if we don't charge them the cash, then I have to report that as wages to them. That becomes difficult when you have a police officer that's getting paid at whatever rate, and now they're going to go do this other. This is actually kind of related to what their work is. Those hours that they're there providing that security, say, while they're off shift, we would have to pay them full overtime every hour they're there for that. It gets even harder when you have an employee like say Al had a place there. Security isn't related to his line of work, but we would have to develop some kind of mechanism and find a way with the IRS codes that would allow him to do that as a second job in the city, but he'd still have to be compensated. So in order to do this, we're going to have to work with legal and come up with a different model. Not that we don't want to do it or can't do it, but the model has to be different. And we can start exploring that. But the model we had in place just no longer worked. And as people were retiring, and that was always the standing expectation, and what we did was this is the lease with employees on it. And so when you leave, then you. So we're at that point where the last of them have retired, they're moving on. And with now that we have new legal representation, we can start to figure out what a new model.
You mentioned the enterprise fund. Those departments that are under that enterprise fund, they have, that include salary and benefits as well.
So we'll take Adrian's, his solid waste fund is one that has always been segregated. The other utilities we've broken down over the past years. When Dan Diamond was here, we finally recognized it like carrying everybody. We took that initiative right now. Not everybody has all the services. It's where you do that. So yes, so Adrian's solid waste has been its own business, its own enterprise. he pays all of his costs. The other thing that each of these pay, along with general fund, is we pay for the risk management fund. We do that proportionately based upon revenues. So there's a contribution to help cover all the enterprise for the risk management fund. Because that's how risk management is funded. There's no outside money that takes care of all of that. And he takes care of everything that falls under.
So that's portioned out per department for risk management.
Portioned out per fund.
Fund.
So that's all the enterprise
Oh,
funds and
just the
general
enterprise
funds. And it's just a formula. Take all the revenues, you figure out 100% of what he needs for the year, which is 100% of what his costs are going to be, and that's what gets funded in there. The other component is the enterprise funds are supported by everybody in the general fund, which includes finance, payroll, includes AP, it includes customer cares under it. It includes some of the parks work and some of the streets. So they actually pay into general fund 8.5% of their revenues. And I've seen it, we're pretty much middle of the road on what we do for that. I've seen it as high as 14%. And that's something that is a cost to, that helps reimburse the HR.
You go to Tallahassee, Sarah, they have a public works electric department, utilities. They pay 27 to the general fund. They subsidize the city, so they have lower property tax through the electric. Which, you understand that? He's over there going.
Actually, when I was in Florida, Pensacola was 20%.
Yeah, so Marianne understands it, but I think part of Patty's message to all of us here today is cities are seen by residents as a monolith. The reality is, Adrian, how many businesses do you have? It's like, I'm an owner of a bunch of businesses. He's got the solid waste. He's got the water business. He's got waste. Those are all businesses and they are internal. They got to make money in order to be a successful business. Wait, in our society today, most of your residents would have no clue of what we just talked about. They just know that they get the power, they get the water, they get the sewer, and they don't think about all the business complexity. That's why you're truly a board of directors of a multifaceted,
multi-million-dollar.
Yes, corporation. So, any other things, Patty?
There is one I just.
You keep saying one more. I keep writing down now one more.
So I mentioned this to Marianne earlier. We've actually had talks earlier on, but it's come up a couple times yesterday and today. All the grants that we're getting and all the management agreements, we are decentralized right now. I've got one person under utilities work. I don't, but the city does. We've got one person in utilities working grants. We've got one person in planning doing grants. We're doing a little bit of it in finance. We currently don't have a body, so we're struggling there. Police does some of their own reporting. Courts does one set of their own reporting for the AOC. Fire does some of their own reporting.
Airport,
right?
right?
I was gonna say, I know I don't have them all.
Yep.
Deborah, and all her funding for behavioral health.
No, and
Library is another one that they have some. And the issue we've got is come audit time. That's what this list is. This is my audit list. This is everything that was active in 22, that some of it overlaps and is either still closing out in 23 or still open and new in 23. So these aren't, even though some of these are 2 or 3 years old, they're not done until that final audit is done, and then I can take them off the list. So even though a few of them are marked closed or whatever, that's because audit-wise they're not complete. I think we need to start having a conversation, and here's another money ask. We need to centralize in one way, shape, or form grant. A grant writer is different than the grants monitoring, but we centralize all of this where the writer knows our capabilities, because the COG is doing great. They can go out and apply for everything under the sun.
They are.
But they don't necessarily know how it's going to fit for us or how labor intensive it is for us. What was the one that we had the other day that Tasha's having to report on?
Oh, oh, God, I can't even remember this.
But it was something that we thought was just easy peasy, then all of a sudden we find out there's huge reporting requirements on it. And on some of these federal ones, with the abrupt separation with our prior employee, we are struggling just to get access in all the
Into the
places.
systems.
I walked in this morning doing my video verification for one of them. And then tonight or tomorrow morning, I'll have to get back online. You have to submit IDs, all these things. That it's getting crazy. But I think if we have this centralized, then they can work together. You get that synergy. We could get, I think the workload distribution is really lopsided and wonky. And I'm just worried about us not staying in compliance fully, because if fire department just kind of drops the ball and isn't doing any of their stuff, I don't notice it until I go to update and I see all the spending, but the revenue didn't come in. So then I start finding out. And that's when the grantor may say, well, we didn't get the reports. It's closed. Sorry.
And the reimbursement request.
And that means the city eats that bills.
Mm.
And so it really is important. And we have millions upon millions of dollars here. And we have potential to get many, many more. But I think it's time to start talking about a consolidated effort.
And just one, no, I just wanted a quick comment, just gonna say, and do think about too, the return on investment. I saw a grant the other day for like 5,000. Sometimes that isn't worth the staffing cost for that. So we need to think about them when we apply for these
Yeah,
grants.
otherwise.
Yeah, right. Go ahead, I'm sorry.
What about establishing an indirect cost rate? Then that would come off.
Some are allowed,
of
but
them
most
won't
don't.
pay it.
Right.
That used to be
Right.
standard, you go like 25%. And many of them now are not allowed it.
Boy, they were real clear about
Oh,
that.
yeah, right, yeah. That you absorb. You can have a.
She already said that. You're behind the eight ball. Didn't mean I wanted it, bro.
He pushed the button and the lobbying force just went through. But we've got one more and then I'm gonna wrap it up for the day.
Me?
Yeah.
Say the best.
There we go. So risk management, I'll touch on two because I got seniors under me as well. Maybe I'll
Yes.
start with seniors.
Yeah, that'd be great.
So, we're fully open at the senior center. Some of the challenges that we have are there's some consumers that are vaccinated and other consumers that are not vaccinated, and mixing those two together has been somewhat of a challenge for us over at the senior center. We got a lot of extra money because of COVID and they were just trying to find places to put it. We're just making sure the senior center is able to maintain their operation this coming year with city match funding, because we were highly subsidized by other agencies. And then we're just really, pushing to get funded for the new senior. Any questions on the senior center?
How close are we to that?
So we have about $5.6 million right now. It's about a $14 million building. We do have it phased with, there's kind of two phases. We could do one phase for, I don't know, around 9 million or so. Then the rest can be picked up later. But hopefully we can get it all done.
Is our location set? Is it?
Location is set, it's being designed. We should have it fully designed here.
That's by there.
That's correct. Yeah, it'll be the only building that will come down, I believe, is a little shed that the Harold Miles used to keep chemicals in back in the day. That's the only shed. Oh, and a handball.
Oh, my.
The old bus station too, right?
No.
That's not, is that phase 2 or phase 3?
What else you got? And then risk.
Okay, and then risk management, that's where we're moving. If everyone thinks that they get the worst of the worst complaints from the risk management.
Right.
We're when it really hits the fan, they're at their last resort.
Really true.
So infrastructure is a big issue for us. When we don't have good roads and we don't have good pipes, we don't do things properly, we get sued. Thank goodness, a lot of big potholes these days, thank Robert and his folks for letting us know that these are all state roads. Because we're getting a lot of court claims on state roads these days. We just refer them to the state process. So the more we can do to improve our infrastructure, the better it is. The other thing that's going on right now, from a funding standpoint, is we're part of a risk pool in the New Mexico Self-Insurance Fund. They have not really taken a hard look at property for many, many years. And many cities have done this. They got insurance policies way back in the day and kind of did a replacement cost for that facility when it was built. And now, you know, that's not what the insurance company's looking for. They want current replacement values. So thanks to Mark and his staff, last year we went through and increased our values significantly. And so we were able to make sure that we had replacement costs in there, but not the rest of the state. They didn't do that. So property is going to be going up 25% statewide. Wow. That includes us. So you'll be seeing that in my budget. And that's just because there was a lot of fires this year in the state. Hail damage. And
Questions there? Let me make a couple of final comments. I know you have a meeting tonight. I want to applaud all of you. You look at the time we've spent here today. This was very candid conversation. These candid conversations would not occur unless there was a level of trust in this room. I know many of you have talked to me about communications, about decreasing trust, but I sure didn't see it today. And I really applaud the department heads. You guys did a super job, all of you, really hitting the highlights and being realistic and providing a real great foundation for a productive session tomorrow. I don't want to rehash the things we've done today, so I'm going to go over some things real quickly. But you will be prioritizing. So Sarah, tomorrow, bring your pen and ready to check because we will have lists. And this is, right? Isn't that fair? And you're going to say, I want more of these. All of these got to be a priority, right, Fred? And you're going to have to make some choices. Tomorrow is really a kickoff for your budgeting because it's determining what the five of you as the board of directors feel is important and what that house is going to look like looking to the next year. But the calendar here, you guys did a really, really super job today. I hope council, you appreciate and found the time helpful today. I think it was candid. You talked about transparency. I don't know what more transparent we could have done than what we did today. And I think the department heads have trust in you to have that candid conversation. I think about when I first started and where this group is today. You performed as a high-performing team today. They're getting that information out. Now, I know you have a meeting tonight, but if you go, and I can't sleep, I've got, you might want to look at section 7. It will be revised. So one I'm going to hand out tomorrow ain't going to be like this one. I'm going to revise it tonight. But before 11 tomorrow, if you cruise through it, this doesn't have everything we talked about today because things here I hadn't heard before. So I'm going to revise it so we will have an updated version. But I wanted to get this to you. Usually many times we pass it out tomorrow. I wanted to get you an initial draft. So this is a draft today, section 7, but it's going to be changed as we go through tonight. As your meeting, I'm going to be adjusting, not eliminating any of this, but adding some further things that I heard from you when you talked about your 5-year, 1 year, and from the staff's discussions today, where they highlighted a few different things, not a lot, And I may clarify some things further, but this is at least a start. So yeah, we're gonna be killing a tree, but at least it gives you an idea what's out there for tomorrow. So with that, any final comments from the council?
No, thank you.
Vote for adjournment.
You also, the good humor is good. We gotta have laughs sometimes. Because taking ourselves too seriously is not gonna serve the public well.
We had them yesterday too.
What?
So we had a lot of laughs yesterday too.
No, and Helen Cobb was a council member in San Diego when I was an assistant city manager there, and she said, if we're not enjoying our time serving the public, we're probably not serving the public well. And I firmly believe that, because if everything is, we never smile or do anything, boy, it's gonna be grim work. And you've got enough challenges, right, CB, with the out there. So what do we need, a motion?
Yes, Mayor.
Oh, okay.
Motion to adjourn.
Second.
The second. Edward, did you take roll?
Council Shaw,
Yes.
Council Pelletier,
Yes.
Council Garfield,
Yes.
Council Piazza.
Yes.
Everyone agree?
Yes.
We are adjourned.
Thank you all. It's some good work.